Okay. About the chat. Make the window smaller. Hello, my lovely critters. Hey, Beatles Cuber. We almost had to do a cell phone stream today. The power went out at 0900 and didn't come back on until almost 11 o'clock. It's annoying when that happens. Oh no, we're fine. The power just went out. I mean, it's no big deal. It's 60 degrees out, so it's not like it's cold. And everything's on battery backup, so I was even able to continue watching YouTube. um, the annoying part is that most of the time it's a power blink. The power will glitch, it'll flicker. We've had 3 power outages, like where it stayed off for more than a few minutes. This time it was about 2 hours. And so far, all 3 power outages have been on Wednesday mornings. Why? Oh, my refrigerator's on battery. So they didn't even stop running. And the freezers are at negative 20. And it takes a minimum of 6 hours before they get above 32 degrees freezing. So freezers I'm not worried about. They'll stay cold more than long enough. The power would have to go out for more. And at this temperature, it's about 50 degrees right now. It's going to be 62 today. Hey, Matt. Hey, Colin. At this temperature, the freezers would probably stay below freezing for at least 8 hours. So I'm not too worried about that. And my backup fridges that I'm using, because I still haven't replaced the fridge yet, those are running off of a battery. So they'll run for 10 hours on that battery before that battery runs out. Well, this is the last this time and next time be the last time we have to do daylight savings time again. So this will be our last. I think we're gonna stay on daylight savings times. I believe once we change the clocks this weekend, I believe that's the last time we'll have to change the clocks. So it's gonna be fun. Everybody's gonna have to reconfigure all their devices to stop using daylight savings time. All of a sudden, all those ancient devices that didn't work with daylight savings times, they're going to work again because there's no more daylight savings time. Good riddance. It's a pain in the ass. What they should what they should probably do is make it a half-hour split. Move the time a half an hour so it's right in the middle. So I got the parts printed. So there's the body. You see the bridging worked perfectly. So there's the bridging to cover up that hole. And you can see it right there. The light coming through. All we gotta do is clear out that hole. Yeah, I know. Most do though. So that's the body for the forever flashlight. Here's the head. And then this is the retention grate, which we're going to make some changes to. I'm going to put 2 more screw holes here so that this is more evenly pressed down. It'll be fine, but I'd rather have 2 more there to more securely hold that. But that's the retention grid. So we are going to attempt to build this today. So I got pretty much everything I need. Oops, I almost forgot. Oh, there's the other battery. I was looking for that damn thing. Phone. Switches we don't really need. The JST plugs. Some wire. I got some 30 gauge and 18 gauge. The screws to put it together. And a little soldering iron. That was 12 bucks. I just thought that was pretty cool, so I grabbed it. And of course, my trusty glue gun. I love this glue gun. This thing's a monster. These boxes are sometimes such a pain in the ass to get open. The only thing that's annoying is it doesn't come with a case, so I gotta get a small case for it. So it's micro USB. I'm wondering if maybe I can replace that with a USB-C port. I haven't found a USB-C soldering iron yet. You know, one that just directly runs off USB-C. You know, not battery powered or not a fancy one like the TS100. Yeah, I could print a case. Good point. That's kind of a duh, actually. Yeah, I have all these printers. Of course I could print a case. Sometimes my brain's in the wrong place. Oh, good. It comes with a little solder because I have no idea where my solder is. I like the little stand. It actually comes with a that Bakelite or some sort of a plastic, I think. Yeah, it's plastic. Um, the tip just screws in, and then you just plug a micro USB cable into the back, and it's a little 12-watt soldering iron. I'm probably gonna have to run and go get a Allen key. I don't think. Well, I might have some in here. Screws. Don't need that. The JST plugs. This is just a common plug that I like using. It's that. If you deal with radio controlled airplanes or cars, you'll know what these plugs are. But it's just a nice handy plug. I just prefer these for most of my electronic projects. We got the. Actually, I'm gonna hang on to that. The switches. Although I just realized you don't actually need these if you're going to use the dollar store lights like I'm using, because both the flashlight and the puck light both come with, although are they different? No, they're the exact same switch. They both come with those switches. So when you buy 2 of these and 4 of these, you're going to have 6 switches. So you're going to have enough switches to do 2 of these. So you don't actually have to buy the switches unless you want the smaller switches, or if you're going to build your own light fixture for it, if you're going to do it yourself, you know, if you're not going to use like something like this that comes with switches. The flashlight assembly is pretty neat. This just goes into here like that. There you go. And then 2 screws to hold it in place, and that'll be the flashlight body. I'm definitely going to put a USB output on this, probably over here on this side. I'll probably design it in there. The magnet fits, so that's a nice clean fit right inside there. The little lights fit. The fit and finish is just about perfect. And I've already confirmed that both of these LEDs will work off of these batteries. With 5 amp hour, I might even just do 1 battery, just to keep it simple, you know, keep the cost down. We got to figure out how to wire these up, because this doesn't come attached, so we've got to pull this apart and attach it to the unit, if I can get it apart. It really does not want to come apart. What is holding on to it? It's this holding on to it. I should be able to just snip that. Then this should slide right out. There we go. So now that unit slips out. Let's see if these switches fit better. Today we're going to try to build the forever flashlight that we're working on. So this is designed to, when I say forever flashlight, what I mean is non-disposable. So I'm trying to, this is pretty bulky because this is going to be a work light flashlight. It's going to have 2 beams here. It's going to have 2 wide emitters on both sides. You'll be able to turn them on individually. So it could light up an entire area, workspace, or just be a flashlight. There's enough room here. You could even put, you know, 4 switches on here, so you can have 1 or 2, and then you can turn these on, or all of them on. And the idea is to make a flashlight that uses long-lasting, high-quality components, and also to make it serviceable, so that it's not disposable. If I break this, I can reprint a new one. If one of the emitters fails, I can disassemble it and replace the emitter. The battery goes bad, I mean, theoretically, this battery should last 20 or 30 years. It's a lithium iron phosphate battery, and it's gigantic. It's a 5 amp battery. It says 7.2 amp, but it's actually about 5 amps. And being lithium iron phosphate, it should have 2,000 to 4,000 charge cycles, which in a flashlight should be like, what, 5 charge cycles a year? Good morning, DeWitt. So theoretically, even just one of these batteries could last the rest of your life. I mean, even if this battery loses half of its capacity in that time, that's still a crap ton of capacity compared to what it's powering. Now, we might go with 2 of them if I go with the USB plug version, because then you'll have 10 amp hours of capacity, which will be 10 times 3.7. You'll have 37 watt hours of charging capacity, which would be enough to like charge, you know, a big giant cell phone like this 3 times. It's got an 8,000 milliamp battery pack in it, because that'll be 37,000 milliamp. So you'll be able to actually use it to charge things. We don't have the charge controller yet, so we won't be able to charge this today, although the battery has power in it. There's a few design changes I'm going to have to make. So, for example, I'd like to clean up this overhang here a little bit if I can. I have a feeling that I'm going to need to make that slot right there a little bit bigger. It looks like it's going to be a tight fit, but I think we'll get it to work. And then I made a big mistake. So the little charging circuit board is going to go in here, and there's going to be a USB-C port there, so that you can take a USB-C. Really? I'm going to toss it around now. You'll be able to take, a USB-C cable, plug it in, and charge it up. And then these two holes here actually go all the way up the device, so they come out the top. And that's so that we can run the wires. From the charge controller to the battery to the electronics, everything's going to run in top of here. I already confirmed that the battery does fit inside there. The problem is I have an opening going from no special circuitry. The LEDs will run directly off the battery, and there's a dedicated little $3 charge controller board you can get for lithium iron phosphate batteries off of eBay. I believe I have the link in the description. Yes, link's in the description. It's a little tiny circuit board that has a USB-C port on the end. You just solder the battery to that, you solder the output to that, and you're done. Very simple. Nothing super complex there. And then, of course, we decided last week to add a magnet, so you'll be able to mag mount this underneath your car hood, or if you're working on something, that'll come in handy. I have a feeling this magnet's too strong. This magnet is crazy, stupid strong. If I put it on the table, I can't get it off. I have to slide it to the edge of the table to pry it off. You just don't have enough grip. So we might downgrade the magnet for a future version. Because although there is enough plastic there that it should hold when you pull it, I'm worried about breaking the body when you have to wrench this off of something. Although this is really strong. This is Amelin Redwood Filament. That's also linked down below. I love their wood filament. It's pretty rough on PTFE lined hot ends, but it's just such a beautiful plastic. I mean, look at that. I just absolutely love that filament. And I didn't do any cleanup except to, wipe it down with my hands to get rid of the fuzzies, because you always get fuzzies with the wood filament. This is just generic green PLA. I don't even know who makes it. But what I want to see is, because these are definitely a different size than those, I want to see if these fit differently. Oh, definitely smaller. And a different shape. Is that going to work? I think we can make it work. Yeah, that works fine. Yeah, these small ones work good. You'll have to glue them down. I did scale this for these larger ones. Let's get rid of this big giant tab here. The flashlight has a big tab on the end, so we're going to get rid of that tab. Now, let's see. I'm worried about that solder blob getting in the way. Oh, this is bigger? No, this fits. Okay. It's a little rough, but it goes in. It's a little rough, but it goes in. Definitely going to want to make that slot a little bit bigger. So these will actually friction fit, especially if we resolder these joints. So that one looks okay. That's got the resistor built in, so we're gonna have to cut this at some point. Interesting. Okay. Probably gonna want to keep the resistor with the LED. Now, is this marked in any way? So this went to the spring, and the spring went to the top of the warp core. So that means this is positive, this is negative. Yes. Which means the spring would be negative. So the cut leg is negative. Let's verify that. That would be negative. This would be positive. There it goes. Okay. So we're going to leave the resistor on the LED because that identifies it as the negative. No, positive. Resistor is positive. Yes. Okay, so where do you keep coming from? Resistor is positive. The reason that's important is because we actually have to glue. We're using the LEDs from these dollar store flashlights. So, little dollar store flashlight. Because we have to glue the LED into the reflector unit right there. Right? Because it's designed that the LED sits inside of here. It sits inside of there. And then the reflector just sits on top of it like that. So we're not going to have that body holding the LED where it is. So we're just going to glue the LED into this. And then the other LEDs are from the puck lights. These little boogers. The dollar store puck lights. Well, they actually come with a nice, simple little switch and LED unit inside. And so we designed this to accept those units here. If you're looking for a little portable battery pack as well, we're going to use it today to power the soldering iron. It claims 50,000 milliamps. It seems too small for 50,000 milliamps, but it is the right weight. Yeah, it's about the right weight. But 50,000 milliamp USB-C or micro charged battery pack for 26 bucks. Hello. Yeah. Look for the small big battery link in the description. $26 for that. I was like, hell yeah, I'm getting that. $66%. So it came with a charge. Looks like you have to double tap and then a green light turns on. And we'll see if that. Yep, it's already heating up. Alright, So let's get this settled down right there. So the flashlight comes with a little lens thing, of course, and the reflector. We already designed, a little smoke came off of it. We already designed this to accept both the reflector, which will both drop right in there, and the reflectors. So they actually both fit right in there, just like that. We don't even have to, if we don't want to, we don't have to use this. You could just dab a hot glue, which is actually what I'm going to do right now. Why not? Oh, it's not hot enough yet. There it goes. Well, they're not super bright, but they're not bad. They're actually not horrible lights, and they're cheap, and they're pretty low power. And that's what I'm looking for, and that's why we're going to use 2 of them. All right, so there we go. That is secured now. There's also screw holes designed into it, so you can screw it together if you want. I just put 4 dabs of hot glue. So now that is secured. Then I'm going to put a little dab of hot glue on the LED, like that, and then just shove it in place. Now we need to extract the LED from this unit. I believe it slides right out. Yep. Slides right out. We just got to get underneath here, cut that. Go. Snip. Switch off. LED slides out. Oh yeah, this should last a very long time. Alrighty, now let's verify. Again, that is positive, that is negative, and yes, it lights up. Now we're gonna dab a hot glue this in place. Ouch. Hot glue is hot. We might even wire this up to have 4 switches so that you can turn on, 1 or 2. But realistically, we have so much power, who cares? This battery is so big. Will these reach? Yes, they will. Okay. Just a dab of hot glue to stop that from moving. There you go. Now we just twist these 2 together. Common negative. Actually, that's not going to work. But I can just put them next to each other. That's some very stiff wire. Okay. Get this underneath this. And then I can solder them together right on that spot. There we go. So I soldered the two negatives together there. There we go. I'm going to solder the two positives together. Okay. We do want to fold them down so they're not in the way. The soldering iron heats up quick and works well. I am pleased. There we go. Now our positive and negatives are soldered together. Now if I touch this to the two of them, if I can, which one's which? Negative. I can't reach in there. Not until I have leads on this. Now we do need to put a connector on the battery. But the battery also has to go through the charge controller. So how do I do that? Well, the battery's going to have a plug no matter what. So let's put a plug on the battery. This side is the negative. We have a pad on that one. Here's a little trick. If you have trouble getting something hot enough to put a pad on, see I put two little pads on the battery terminals. Okay, that's the nice thing about having pre-tabbed batteries that are sonically welded on there, is that you don't have to worry about adding heat to the battery. So there's no way this soldering tip is going to be able to heat up that tab to get it hot enough to accept solder. So what you do is you touch the iron to the tab, and then you feed the solder to the tab through the iron. Now, it's not going to stick. It's going to stick to the iron, but it's not going to stick to the tab. But as long as you keep the soldering iron in the blob of solder, the solder will transfer sufficient heat to the tab, and then you'll actually see the tab spread out a little, not the tab, the solder. You'll see the solder spread out a little bit, and now you know that part of the tab got hot enough, and you now have a solder joint on there. You then come in with, these are pre-tinned, so all I got to do is remelt that solder blob and stick this in it. Hold it there for a second to make sure both get hot enough, and then take it off. So that is the negative. There we go. You'll actually see it engulf the wire once it gets hot enough. It'll take a second or two. You'll sit there doing nothing, and then all of a sudden, the wire will be engulfed by the little solder tab. And you'd be like, oh, that's how that works. Come on. There we go. We now have a reusable connection on the battery. Now, ideally, you want to put some shrink tubing on here, or seal it up in some manner, some way, keep it from jerking around. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a blob of hot glue right there. Add that little blob of hot glue on top. There we go. The hot glue has incredible heat retention, so you got to make sure you cool it down enough. And the hot glue will also give you a little bit of strain relief. So if you accidentally tug on that wire a little bit, it shouldn't destroy it. There we go. So now we have a soldered on battery terminal. And we have a little bit of strain relief. So these wires won't get wrangled too badly if you accidentally tug on it a tiny bit. That glue is still quite hot. Cool enough to touch, but still sticky. There we go. Now it's hardening up. Nice. So that's all ready to go. Okay. Now I want to work on these. Now this board is marked positive and negative. And I think I'm going to just replace the wires altogether. So I should be able to, I just lost the solder, didn't I? Yep. I should be able to heat up the solder joint and just pull the wire off. Oh, it's turned off. Soldering iron turned off. I hate when they do that. Just leave the damn UI alone. It's like, why keep screwing with it? Ooh, it's getting hot. What kind of solder did they use? Okay, maybe we will reuse this solder. This iron might not get hot enough to you melt whatever solder they're using for this. It's some tough stuff. Okay. That. There we go. We got exposed wire. Let's tin the wire. That wire's tinned. That wire's tinned. And the reason is I want to do something interesting here. This has a hole in it. And so what I want to do is I want to feed these wires through the hole. Like that. Then feed the other one through the hole. Just like that. Okay. Which one's which here? No. That's the negative. That's the positive. And then I should then be able, I did is I fed it through the hole right there, like that. So I should be able to now feed that wire right through the hole in here and have a nice clean fit just like that. Isn't that cool? And now the wires are just hanging out inside there. So but first, we're going to put some extensions on them because they ain't long enough. Let's try the thin gauge wire, even though it's going to be a pain in the butt to work with. Lots and lots. Okay, let's do... Come on. Seriously, stop effing with me. Oh, man, these are such a pain in the ass. Are you fucking kidding me? How the hell are you supposed to... How the fuck? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. It's going to mess itself. I want to shoot the people who designed this. You understand murder? Okay, I got an end. I don't think I have all the ends, though. I want to shoot the people who thought this was a good idea. MDK. Murder, death, kill. Yep. Murder, death, kill. You have got to be kidding me. This is such a horrendous mess. How? It just gets tighter and tighter. It just gets tighter and tighter. There's one end. Come on. Why do you have to get tighter? I want to find the guy who thought this was a good idea to package these this way, and I want to hurt him. I want to make him scream. I want him to experience pain. I want him to experience agony. I want to hurt him very, very badly. I want to hurt him until he screams. You have got to be kidding me. This is like a sick joke. I got one free. Come on. Why do you tighten up? Why can't you just slide out? Why do you have to tighten up? I think this one's coming free. Got the orange one free. Fuck. Just had that one free. That one's free. Go ahead, keep messing with me. See what I do to you. After we turn them into adamantium so he can't break them or cut them. And the longer it takes, the tighter it gets around his testicles. Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea, DeWitt. I like the way you think. I want that guy to experience pain. Because this is not just string, you know, I can't just cut it. I actually need these wires. Okay, that one's free. Get away from it. That one's not coming free. How about the green one? Green might come free. Nope, tightening up. It's forming this big giant knot right here. It's like the universe flipping you the bird. That one might come free. Jesus Christ, come on. Yellow is free. Are you actually going to fuck with me? I will hurt you. Nope. How does it actually tie itself into a knot? I would love to have a fucking physicist explain to me how these things actually tie themselves into knots. Like actual knots. Like over, under, around. It's like, how? Okay. They are free. Let's use black. And red. Now I need to put this someplace. Oh, and I got to keep this away from the cats too, because the cats will go apeshit over these wires. They'll go nuts over those wires. Oh man. Okay. Let's see here. These cross over again. Yes, they did. So this one is the positive. It's going to get the red wire. Now, can I even strip this wire? How much do I need? I don't need much. The red's got to go down the body to the switch. That should be more than enough. We'll give it a little extra. I'm probably going to need more than one. Well, they strip pretty easily. Okay, I was expecting it to put up more of a fight. Okay. I was expecting a much bigger fight. That was pretty easy, actually. Gotta let that heat up. I don't have to heat that up yet. Oh, yeah, I will. Okay. I got the good quality silicone wire instead of the PVC garbage. And I think that's one of the reasons why this is working so well. I should be able to parallel these inside the unit. Good. So now I should be able to just let's verify the polarity is correct. All right, positive and negative. Yep, that looks good. Okay. Now I should be able to just feed these through the hole and then hot glue it in place. go. Then a dab of hot glue right there. There we go. Now that is wired. Now the question is it long enough to wire the second one in? We can actually only wire up one side of this right now because I didn't buy 2 more of these puck lights. What did I do with the other one? Oh, there it is. Yep. I agree 100%. All right, let's tin these because that will make life easier. Always good to pre-tin. It just makes things so much easier. Okay, so this is the negative. Do you have a Sharpie handy? No, I don't. Okay. Now, which one's which? That's the positive. So I'm going to fold down the positive. Can it reach? Yes. Will I be able to reach it? I don't know. It's going to be a pain in the butt. Which one's which again? I folded down the positive. Okay, it definitely is long enough. It's going to be a little hard to work with. Go. To get the negative. Play ball. If only it were that easy. How am I going to get that to play well? Good. Let's do that. Seriously? Let's verify it still works. Oh, yeah. That's a lot of light. Dab of glue to hold that in place. Dab of glue to hold that in place. Should be able to shove this into the little groove that I designed into this. And shove this one into the groove. I gotta make a bigger pocket for the wiring. Okay. Next, switch. Actually, let's wire up the head. Get that wired up. Going pretty good, red light. We were coming up with creative ways to torture the people who packaged this wiring because it was all tangled into knots. But we got it undone. So we might let the guy live now. Good. Good. Let's tin it. That's nicely tinned. All right. That is tinned. Okay. Now we confirm that this is the negative. That is on there. Let's get a little more solder on that negative. Let's once again verify it works. There is the twin head LED light. That is hooked up correctly. Okay. So now the trick is to hook it up to switches. So positive. So the head is going to go to a switch. Okay, now. Let's try these because I like the fact that they're bigger. But these feel a little cheap. Then again, they don't feel much different than that one. Okay, so one positive has to go to the switch. Okay. And then I need another positive to come off the switch. Oh, it's even trying to tangle with itself. Seriously? Jackbooted thug. Of course I dropped them. I'm so good at dropping everything. Okay. There's the red wire. Hey, Stephen Poole. Put a little more solder on that. I'm trying to put as little solder on here as I can because it has to fit through the slot. I definitely need to make that slot bigger. Okay. You know, I need to put plugs on here. I just realized there's no way to disconnect this. I need single wire plugs. Because now this becomes attached to that once I put this on there. Unless, wait a minute. Okay, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? I want to put the plug on this end. So I got to put this on here. So the negative can go to this. Okay. Let's see if I got this wired correctly first. If I put this on this, oh, turned off. That's why. We're gonna have a separate switch for each group of lights. So 3 switches for 3 groups of lights. This is one group. Um, okay, so this should now be able to plug into this. And then, yep, that turns it on and off. Okay. Now the question is, will this go inside here? Yes. It actually slid right in. Okay. Okay, I've got to make this slot a little bit bigger. I need a way of pushing. Actually, this will work. Betcha this will fit right in there. Oh. Okay. Nope. It's in there, but I need it to slide down more. There it goes. Just gotta wiggle it in. Oop. Be careful. Yeah, I'm gonna make that about a 1/2 millimeter bigger. What the hell are you touching now? There we go. You son of a bitch. Okay. Gotta make sure I don't rip the wires as I push it in. Make sure it still works. Yep. Okay. Still works. Let's see what it looks like put together. No, I gotta solder more wires. I only have a couple more to solder. Okay, next switch. There we go. Okay. Now I should be able to just take this and go right to that negative. Okay. Okay. Negative is attached. Need another set of reds. Yeah, I'll show you in a second. Hang on. Tin these real quick. Wait a minute. What am I doing? This right here. I swear to God, I'm stupid. Ooh. Melting the plastic. Why didn't I just turn this on? Actually, that would be even better. Oh, why didn't I think of that to begin with? Because my brain's in the wrong place. Okay. Not this one. What did I do with the other one? Here it is. Okay, let's make sure this fits. Yes, that fits. Got that one. Okay. There we go. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier. Okay. Hey, why isn't that working? Negative. Negative. Positive to the positive. That one's working. That one's not working. Oh, I never connected it. I never connected it to the positive. Dirt. Yeah. Yes. Here we go. Side lights work. Top lights work. Okay. Why won't that side go in? Something's catching. Oh, it's just tight. Okay. That works. That works. Okay. Now let's wire up the last one so that when I do go and get the I keep touching that goddamn touching the soldering iron. Okay. Okay. Let's give this a solder pad. And let's give this a solder pad. Then we need 2 more pieces of red wire. Okay. Okay. Tin that one. And tin this one. I keep trying to tin the wire and I keep missing it because I have no depth perception. So I can't tell when I'm actually on top of the wire or not. So I don't know when I'm actually touching the iron until I see the wire move. Hey, Steven. How are you doing today? That is in there. Where's the other one? And nice and hot. Nice and hot. Okay. Woo. Okay. One more switch. We don't have the lights for this switch yet, but that's okay. We can do that later. Okay. There we go. There. Okay, now this will go to... Actually, we're going to do this one. This way they're all the same. Because once I do this, I can seal this up. When we get the charge controller, the wiring for that is going to go in between this plug. So we can solder and seal this up now. Seriously, come on, stop. Why do you gotta mess with me? I'm just gonna hurt you. It's not gonna end well for you. Okay. Get the hot glue heated up. Okay. Now this other loose wire. This will go to the other small array that I hook up on the other side here. Where's this smoke coming from? Positive's already connected. And then I will need a negative, but I have to have a negative, that's right. Hang on. Before I seal it up. What I'm going to do is not strip the other end of the negative. It can't short inside the box. Oh, the wire is red. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Here we go. Oh, I think I could do different temperatures with this. Turn that off, because we are done with that. Gonna snip that off. Push that. Ooh, careful with that. Get that down away from everything else. I felt something give, though. Seems okay. Okay. So all three switches are ready. So this will be the headlight, this will be the side light, this will be the other side light. Oh, we got to put the magnet in. gonna be tricky to get down inside that hole to tighten it though. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that yet. This might thread itself right in. I might have to make that hole a little bigger. Hello. Yeah, I think I have to make the hole bigger. Hey, make a Viking. Okay. Magnet is through, and I see it. Oh, wow, that really sticks good. That ain't going nowhere. How am I going to get these in there? I didn't think about how I was going to do that. All right. The washer's in there. Now the locking washer goes in. Where's my phone? I don't think I brought it out. Why won't that go down? Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do the lock washer. Why won't that go on there? Why the hell won't the washer go on? Damn it, that's strong. That's really strong. Oh, there's plastic in the way. Yeah, I gotta make that bolt hole a little bigger. Jesus. I think for this one, I might just drop a bit of epoxy down there to hold it in place until I can figure out a way. I gotta get a socket in there, something long enough to get all the way in there. Okay. I think I got that in there. Now the problem is I have no way of turning it. I'm going to have to make that hole quite a bit bigger down there so that I can get a socket in there to tighten up that bolt. I can get the nut in there, but otherwise the only way would be to turn this. But that's not going to turn. All right, so that hole's good, but the bolt hole needs to be bigger. Okay. So we'll make that one of the revisions that we have to make. Okay. Get all of these inside of here. I think I'm going to make that a little bit bigger too. I need a little bit more space for the wiring. Okay. Okay. Well, let's seal up these ends here. That takes care of the negative. Now let's seal up the positive. We should be using shrink tubing for this, but I don't know where my shrink tubing is. So it's getting glue blobbed. All right. That is blobbed. And that is blobbed. Me organized? Yeah, right. Me organized. Oh my God. Oh, he's a jokester today. We are pre-wired for the final switch. These should now work. Yes, yes. And that will be the final switch. Now I just stuff all this down inside of here because we designed this with plenty of extra room for all of this to fit in here. All this goes in here like that. You guys can't see what I'm doing. So all of this fits in these slots. Does it go this way? Yes, it does. So, oh, I want to secure that down. That's going to break if that keeps moving. These are delicate, and these kept getting pulled up, so I glued that down so it stays put. And we have enough space to wire up the other lights. There we go. That should be it. Let's switch back to this one. Turn off that. All right, so there we go. Now I just need to put 2 of those screws into here to hold that in place. I already melted it with the freaking soldering iron. Turn that off. But yeah, we now have a prototype at least. I still have to wait for that chip is coming in from China, so I have to wait until that comes in. And it's already got its first battle wound from me melting it with a soldering iron. And I have to get 2 more of these emitters for this side. But right now I have this side done. So if I turn on the first switch, we get a flashlight, which is actually decently bright. And they almost line up. Oh, wow. Coincidence. You know, the 2 circles almost line up. That's actually not that bad. I mean, it's not the most perfect light. You know, it's got a halo with a circle, but hey, you know, it costs $2.50. And then we have these bad boys. Now, those produce totally even light to light up an entire area. And I can, we have the magnet on the bottom. It's rubber coated, so it's not going to scratch up your car or paint or whatever. Hey, Jason. That turned out pretty cool. It's got a magnet, so it'll attach itself to darn near anything. I wonder if it'll attach to the battery. Nope, not quite. It'll attach to this, though. So now we have mag mount. So a couple of modifications. One of the problems is I have to get the wires from here, these channels, out this hole here. And I actually have those channels connected in there, but I have them connected at right angles. So fishing the wire in there is going to be pretty darn hard. So one of the modifications I'm going to make is to use a cone to make sure that's an angled channel, so the wire will feed itself through that channel when I shove it in there. I'm also thinking about putting an indent here, so that I can inlay a piece of acrylic in here, something translucent, you know, something like, you know, this kind of material, where it's not totally transparent, so that this will diffuse the light more, so it won't be so harsh, it'll be more diffused. Although that's pretty good. I mean, that's pretty darn diffused. Not too bad to look at, but it does hurt your eyes to look at it. I want to make the channels bigger so that it's not so hard to get the switches in there. I mean, they're so tight that they're friction fit. I don't have to glue them, but I'd rather have them be a little looser. And then we design an inlaid plate that will sit over top of the buttons, locking them in place. This way the buttons can be a little bit loose, and that's okay. So when we go out either today or tomorrow, probably tomorrow, because she has her appointment tomorrow, so while she's in her therapy appointment, I can run over to Dollar Tree. I'll get 2 more of these puck lights to scavenge the LEDs out of them. All I gotta do is wire them up, because I've already got the switch wired. All I gotta do is connect the positive and negative, and we're good. And then so the idea is you have a big area light, okay? Or if you're in a car and you just need one direction, okay? But by having lights on both sides, you could put this on like a camping table, or you can attach it to the top of your tent using the magnet, and the light will come out both sides and it'll light up the whole thing. So just different, you know, why not? It costs so little to add the LEDs. I mean, if we wanted to, we can even add another one over here. If we want to, we do whatever we want. Also, a USB port somewhere. If we're going to use 2 batteries, we might as well take advantage of that 37,000 milliamps of power. And we can use this to charge up other USB things. Oh, that's the switches. But yeah, I got the switches recessed, so we don't have to worry about them accidentally getting pressed. But I'm pleased with that. I mean, that turned out a whole lot better than I thought. It's big. I want to do another one of these with a single emitter here and a single emitter on the side, maybe a strip, maybe a LED strip along the side, but something, you know, more this diameter, you know, a little bit bigger, something round, like a normal flashlight. Yes. As soon as I make the corrections that we just noted to make this fit better, I'm going to upload the STLs right now. Well, not right now. I got to make the changes. I have to correct the channels for the circuit board here, and I have to make the slot for this a little bit bigger. I also need to make a channel inside for the wires for these side lights, because they get in the way of putting the battery in. I didn't make those channels deep enough, so I gotta make them a little deeper so you can hide away those wires and it won't interfere with inserting the battery. The description of the video has a link to all the parts. Now, you don't need to buy the switches. In fact, I suggest you don't buy the switches. There's no reason to. Instead, when you buy 2 of these flashlights, they come with 2 switches. And when you buy 4 of these puck lights, they come with 4 switches. So you're going to have 6 switches. So you don't need to buy switches. All you need to buy is the... I have a link to the 18 gauge wire, but if you scroll down, you'll see a link down there for the from the same company, the 30 gauge. I would probably go with 22. 22 or 28. I wouldn't go with the 30. Or is this from 30? Yeah, this is 30. I'd go with 26. I think 26 would be a good compromise. A little bit thicker, so a little bit easier to work with. We definitely don't need the 18. The 18's way more than this needs. Oh, I love flashlights. I have a thing for flashlights. I'm super pleased. I mean, this is a big, bulky unit, but I want it to be a big, bulky unit. So I want this to be a multi-purpose unit. 2 wide area on each side, 2 flashlights on the top. Eventually, we're going to add a USB port to the bottom so we can charge up our phone with it. You could put 1 or 2 lithium iron phosphate batteries inside. You could also do lithium ion batteries if you want. Just beware, they're going to wear out in 3 to 5 years. So if you buy for this particular flashlight, you don't need to buy switches. Oh, really? This is held on with 2 screws, so there's the M 2.5 screws should go right into the side there. So yeah, I'm pleased. That it looks good. I mean, it actually looks good. Especially that. I mean, it looks professional. It looks like it was made to be that way. Everything. The only thing that didn't fit right was the switches. But I know. Oh, flash. I read that as flashlights. Dirty dog. I read that as flashlights. So yeah, these switches are useless, but I have plenty of projects in the future, so I'll have plenty of switches now. I won't need switches for a very long time. I would love to find a charging circuit that's bidirectional USB-C PD, so I wouldn't need a second circuit board. Just have it run in reverse if I plug a USB-C cord in there. But I guess that would be difficult. And what we do is we'd have a 4th switch for the USB. So we'd have a 4th switch installed here to turn on and off the USB. This way you don't have any vampire drain. I am super stoked. There's enough room on here for 5 switches. So something else I'm thinking about is 2 different flashlights. So this is like a 20 lumen flashlight, 25 lumen, something like that. It's not very bright. It's just a dollar store flashlight. But what I'm thinking about is having one dollar store flashlight and then one higher quality reflector and emitter. Like a Cree emitter or something like that. Something 200, 300 lumens, to really throw some light, some distance. So you'd use one of the dollar store LEDs when you're just looking around, and then when you want to throw some light somewhere, you just hit the other switch and you really toss a beam somewhere. So that might be something interesting to do. I'm happy. This came out great. Better than I thought. Oh, I also have to make the bolt hole a little bigger. and I have to make a well, that's the whole point about a multifunction unit. And then, hey, a couple years from now, if some awesome new LED thing comes out, I can take this off, unplug it, okay? So I need to get some little JST connectors to be able to unplug these units. Unplug it, and then reprint this head with the new design for whatever I want. So it's also future proof. You won't have to worry about future proofing the battery because that battery is going to last your lifetime. A carry handle? Actually, you know something? Having a small handle on here might not be that bad an idea. Not built into it, but hard points where you can attach a little strap. That might not be a bad idea. But this is more meant to be in your glove box, in your drawer. So this will be, the power went out. Okay, well, now I have enough light to light up the entire kitchen table so we can play Monopoly or play cards or whatever. If I need to look for something, turn on the beams and I can look around for something outside if I have to check the breaker or something like that. Or if I want to go camping, I could turn on both lights and just sit this right in the middle of the table and it'll light up the entire area. Or using the magnet upside down, stick it in the top of your tent where there's a metal, something metal up there. Stick it up there and it'll light up the entire tent. Or under the hood of your car, you can stick it under the hood of your car and just turn on, the one light that faces under the hood of the car to light up the under the hood of the car. Because that fat magnet. Oh yeah, this magnet will stick to freaking anything. It's a strong freaking magnet, man. I mean, to pick this up, yeah, that holds on good. You're better off twisting. So give it a tilt. Actually, I heard it crack the plastic a little bit. Oh, because it's not bolted in. But yeah, you give it a tilt to pull that sucker off because man, that thing holds on. But yeah, so I gotta rework that to make the bolt hole a little bigger, and then make the cavity inside for the bolt hole bigger, so you can get a socket down there to tighten it up. Yeah, right there. Already got a fat magnet. But so this switch is already wired up. All I gotta do is get 2 more LEDs and hook them up, and that's good. Yeah, this turned out nice. And of course, you can make it any color you want. PLA is actually probably okay if you use wood PLA because it's a lot more heat resistant. Also, this whole thing has more structure. So unless you leave it on the top of your dash in the car, which I would not advise doing because if you get into an accident and this thing goes flying, it's going to hurt you. I mean, that weighs like 1.5 pounds. It's pretty heavy. That's a 32700 lithium iron phosphate battery inside there. So that's 5 amps of power. That's almost 20,000 milliamps in that one battery. I am super, super pleased. This came out good. It's about goddamn time I made something that works, huh? So now I want to make a more conventional flashlight. I'm thinking about making a double-ended flashlight. So think here's what I'm thinking about. Let's play with this right now. Because that just gave me an idea. A giant vape. Oh yeah, that does kind of look like a vape, doesn't it? It does kind of the big battery ones. Those batteries probably aren't usable for a vape unless you got like 3 of them in parallel. I mean, then you'd have 50,000 milliamps of power, but you would need 3 in parallel in order to be able to draw enough amps because vapes need power. They don't need capacity. They need to just dump watts. They need to dump current. Here's my idea. I want to make that. I want to make a Darth Maul flashlight. So it'll be a double-ended flashlight, and you know, the switch on each end will power the light on each end. So on one end, I'll have the cheap, low power, long lasting dollar store flashlight, and then on the other end, we'll have a nice, you know, 200 or 300 lumen thrower, something that'll really throw a beam a nice distance. And then maybe in the middle, have a strip for area light. Yeah, that I'd like to do that next. And I'd like it to all be threaded, you know, have an actual, you know, threaded mount for the battery and stuff like that. Maybe use 18650 lithium iron phosphate batteries, lower capacity, but I could just use 2 of them. But that'll allow me to keep a nice thin handle like this, because that battery's not going to fit inside something this big. But yeah, I'd like something about that big, with 2 lithium iron phosphate batteries inside there. And then so one end would be your low power light, and the other end would be your high power thrower. I think that'd be pretty cool. We'll call it the Sith light. But yeah, I'm super stoked with that. Let's go and fix the design, because that won't take long. Okay, let's switch to monitor view. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I think I just crashed. Oh shit, I think I crashed the whole PC. Oh, nope. Did it come back? Okay, so it came back. There it goes. Woo! It got angry for a minute there. Also, something else I want to tell you guys about. When I add stuff to an idea list, I'm also going to create an idea list for temporary deals. Like sometimes I find deals with great coupon codes, but they usually only last a day or two. When you go to them, if you see a little, see this little note thing here? So if I add a note like that, see how it turns into a filled in note thing? If you see that filled in note thing, do I have any in here? No. If you see that filled in note thing, be sure to click that. It's usually going to contain a coupon code to get you an additional discount when I find a really good deal. Just remember, those are very short-lived, sometimes a day or two. Now, let's see. What did I get? Oh, check this out. You're going to love this, too. I grabbed this off eBay for $40 cheaper than Amazon's price. I didn't know things like this existed. This is a water distiller. So you dump, you know, a gallon or so of water in here, and then it distills the water into this jug. So it's instead of me having to build my own still, I just bought this. It should be here sometime this week, I hope. It's currently in Birmingham, California. But you just fill this with 1.1 gallons of water, and you get, you know, almost a gallon of water out of it. It takes about 3 hours to make a gallon of water. It takes 750 watts. So it's going to take about 23 or 2.3 kilowatts, which means it's going to cost about 25 cents to make a gallon of water. While buying the water at the grocery store costs 35 cents a gallon. On my end, it froze up. The whole system froze up, but then it recovered. So now as long as we only run this during the daytime or during the nighttime, meaning I have time of use power. So I can't run this from 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. and I can't run this from 4:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. So as long as I start this after 9 a.m. or after 10:30 p.m., I only pay 11 cents a kilowatt. So it'd be about 26 cents to make a gallon of water, which means not only do I not have to expend energy driving to the grocery store to get water, but I don't have to I can pay 10 cents a gallon less. And eventually I could run this off solar power. So the one battery box I have, it's annoying because it has enough watt hours, but it doesn't have enough watts out of the AC port. So eventually I can hook this up to a battery box and a solar panel, and whenever the battery box fully charges, hit the go button on the distiller, and then I can make my water for free. Well, I still have to pay for the water, but I'll be paying, the rate that the water company charges me and not the rate that the grocery store charges for filtered water. And then I'll have perfectly distilled water for the coffee machine, for the water buffalo, for the cat fountains. So yeah, I'm super stoked to get this. I mean, if I run it once a day, I can fill a 5-gallon jug once a week. I'm totally okay with that. Hey, Vaughn. So yeah, assuming this thing holds up, I mean, this was such a good deal. I even paid the $6 for the Allstate warranty or whatever it was that covers it for 2 years. And I like this one because it has dual temp and timer. So it won't run dry and overheat. And it'll also stop early, which will leave a little bit of water in the bottom of the pot, which should avoid the sediment buildup, meaning I'll be able to dump out that little tiny bit of water that's left, and it'll take the sediment with it. You do have one of these, and it works good? Oh, I'm super happy about that, because it's hard to tell what reviews are good or bad. But I don't even need to worry about these filters, because I have a couple of those Berkey-style water filters. So I can just fill this up, dump it into Berkey. It's not a Berkey, it's a knockoff Berkey. But it's the same thing, stainless steel, and uses the same filters. Dump it into Berkey, that'll clean it up. And then I'll have clean, readily available water for putting in the water buffalo, for putting in the cat fountains, for putting in the coffee machine. I mean, we can even cook with it if we want to, because I'll be able to make my own water, especially once I go solar. Once I power this by a solar panel, and then I won't have to worry about costs. Yes, correct. Completely, water itself requires a little bit of minerals to be, properly usable by us. So you can just add a little bit of salt, and that'll take care of most of it. But there are some other things, just take a pinch of salt, put it in there, and that'll add a little bit of salt to the water. But we're usually not drinking it straight up. We're usually making drink mixes with it, making coffee with it, making tea with it. So the coffee, the tea, the juice mix, we'll be adding all of that stuff to it. But either way, it's a way for me to not have to pay 35 cents a gallon for water anymore, and I don't even have to leave the house. Just plug it in and say go. I get up in the morning, and it's after 9 o'clock, hit go on the machine, and 3 hours later I have a gallon of clean water. So that's freaking awesome. I'm super stoked about that. I found this. That is this bad boy right here. That's what we've been using to power the soldering iron. So 50,000 milliamp battery pack with USB-C and micro USB charging. Oh, it even has a light. Okay, that doesn't work. Maybe press and hold. There it goes. It's even got a little light on it. And hey, turn it off. Press and hold again. All right. So it's got 2 USB ports, USB-C port. I don't know if that it says 22.5 watt. So I think that USB-C port's bidirectional. I'll have to test that. Do I have a C-to-C cable? No, I don't. I do not have a C-to-C cable, so I can't test it right now, but I'll test it later. Yeah, so that's $26. $26 freaking dollars for a 50,000 milliamp battery pack. Holy crap. Just make sure you tag that 30% coupon before you add it to cart. And you'll get that for 26 bucks, $25 and change. And then I found this bad boy here. This comes with a was it 20? Yeah, 20. There's a $20 coupon. I bought one, so you don't see it. But $159 minus the $20 coupon, that's $140 for a 300 watt, 299 watt hour USB-C PD60 lithium iron phosphate battery box. So it's lithium iron phosphate. It's not the dangerous lithium iron. You got your 12 volt, you got your DC out, you got your input, you have your, yeah, see right there, PD 60 watt in and out. So if you lose the AC charger it comes with, you can charge it up using USB, which I freaking love. And it'll also simulcharge. So if you plug in the AC and the USB, it'll charge even faster. I don't get the coupons. They're here. They're part of the site. See? You right here? 30% coupon. You just check it. That's all. Oh, where do I find the other coupons? I have an app I use on my phone called Deal News. My phone's in the other room. But it's an app called Deal News. Just remember, if you click on the link, you're going to give them the commission, not me. So write down the coupon code, then go to my link. Deal News, and they'll have, you know, they had this up there, and it was a 30% coupon plus another like $3 coupon or something like that. But yeah, so if I have a coupon code, I will add it to the notes here of the link inside the category here, or if I have a coupon, I will add it to the description in the video. Yeah, it's a small box. It's only 300 watt hours, but that's enough to run quite a bit. The AC ports are limited to 300 watts. It's got 2 quick charge 3 and a 30 and a 60 watt USB-C PD, with one of them being bidirectional. And then you got your 3 amp and your 10 amp 12 volt outputs. So that will run, for example, a 12 volt 3D printer if you don't use the heat bed. The Ender 2, you can turn on the heat bed if you turn it on slowly, so it doesn't overdrive it, or just use the AC. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Now for the stuff, let's see here. What is? So there's the wire, there's the screws, there's the 30 gauge batteries. I was thinking about ganking. Here's another good deal too. This flashlight's only $3.52, and it's not too bad. Takes 2 AA batteries. It's just an area light. It's a work light, so there's no regular flashlight. It's just that cob strip on the side, but it's enough to light up a room. I'm actually thinking about buying a couple more just because that's so damn cheap. But there's that. I mean, that's $3.52. I mean, that's. Oh, how much is that one? 16. Yeah. But yeah, 130 lumens of area light, not bad. That's pretty darn cool. Here's the JSTs. If you're going to use a lot of these, you can get bigger packs of these where your cost per goes down. This I got just because it was cheap. It was $6. But you can get like 20 pairs, 30 pairs, and that brings the price down. These are the batteries. This is a 4-pack for $30, so you're only paying $7.50 a battery. It says 7,200 milliamp hours, but it's actually only about 5,200 milliamp hours. It's about 5 amps. But it's lithium iron phosphate, so it's going to last a very, very long time. And it's already got tabs on it, so it's easy to work with. You don't need an impulse welder. Well, yeah, if you got shipping, but maybe minimum order size. Is there a minimum order that will get you free shipping? There's the wire, the 30 gauge wire, $10, and that's you know, what is it? 10 foot of 10. So that's 100 feet of wire. That's enough to do dozens of little projects like this. There's the M2.5 by 6 screws that I got. That's the 18 gauge, but you don't need that. But like if you go down here, you'll see here's other sizes. Let's see. Usually you just scroll down and you can get to you can usually see other sizes. There's 14. That's even thicker. You don't need that. But I also grabbed this. In the project goodies category, there's this for 23 bucks. And there was a coupon, but not anymore. That brought it down to like 19. But it's a USB-C rotary tool, and it even comes with a case and all the different shanks and bits. So it's a nice little complete. And USB-C charged. So nice little internal case with all your little bits and stuff like that. And then you have the tool itself. So power on. And then you have your plus and minus for your different speeds. So that's pretty cool. And it's USB-C. I just like the idea of having everything USB-C because then I know all the same cables will work for everything. And it's bi-directional. Yeah, that's a pretty cool one. Do I have a code? I thought I had a coupon code for that one. So that's going to be under 3D printing parts and tools. There it is. No code. I didn't have a code for that one. Okay. But yeah, if I have a code, I'll insert it there. But remember, those codes are usually only good for a day or two. They're usually very short-lived. Here we go. But yeah, I'm gonna tomorrow when we go out to her therapy appointment. It's right next to the Dollar Tree. I'm gonna grab. Yeah, shipping is usually free. Amazon. If you have Amazon Prime, you get free shipping. I can order. You know, I can order this $12 soldering iron, and they'll deliver it to me for free. Well, no additional cost. Now, if you don't have Amazon Prime, you just got to hit 35 bucks. If you get the 35 bucks, you get free shipping. And now, I don't think it's available anymore, but I got this deal. Well, because you got to remember the USA is a continent. You got to think of the US as more like Europe, and you got to think of the states in the United States as more like countries. So if you start thinking of the United States as a continent, and like New Mexico as a country and Pennsylvania as a country, then it starts making a lot more sense. Because now all the analogs that apply in Europe apply in the US. You know, you can drive from Spain to France without, having to ask permission. Well, same thing. I can drive from New Mexico to Arizona. So if you think of the US as more like a continent and the states as countries, it becomes an almost direct analog to Europe. And almost the same population, too. Well, Europe has a larger population, but the European Union has about the same population as the US. The fish. So I scored this. It was here, let me turn. Yeah, I want to show my private details. Yeah, I got this. It's not available. Okay, this is going to be a U.S. only kind of thing. But something to keep an eye out is that you get stuff like this. Okay, so 30 bucks for 12 cans of smoked herring fillets. Okay, I didn't pay 30 bucks. I paid 20. I paid $20.66 because they had a coupon that was worth like $4.77, and they also had a one-time subscribe and save where you got like 40% off for subscribe and save or something like that, or 20% or something like that. It was a big discount. Now it's a one-time discount. You can only use it once. So I used it once on my account, and I used it once on Michelle's account, so we can get it twice. But yeah, I got these, and that 7 ounces is what's actually in there. It's almost entirely 7 ounces of fish. So I got these for substantially cheaper than you normally would. So I paid $20.66. Because I had the $1.59 subscribe and save settings, the $4.77 additional savings, and the $4.77 coupon savings, which all stacked. So I was able to save almost $11 on the price of that, which brought it down to $20.66. So that is, calculator, 7.05 times 12. That's 84.6 ounces. Divided by 20.66. That is, no, that's wrong. What did I do wrong? 20.66 divided by 84 ounces, 84.6 ounces. That is 24.4 cents an ounce, or $3.90 a pound. I mean, $3.90 a pound, that's what you pay for, cheap fresh fish on discount in the grocery store. It's tilapia or whiting, a cheap fish. If you get a discount price, it's $4 a pound. And even that's normally $7 or $8 a pound. Here is canned, which means I can store it on my shelf without refrigeration, and I'm getting it for $3.90 a pound. Hell yes, I bought 2 cases of that. So yeah, that was a great deal. I snatched that up. What else? Oh, I got this heater. This is pretty nice. So, monitor. I got this heater for $20 with a coupon, 10%, which means I basically got a 2% discount and tax free. Because I pay a little over 8% tax. Your sales tax is very high here. Worth it though. Worth it. But what I like about, I haven't confirmed it, but it looks like this heater has a physical on-off switch. All right. See, something like this. I have you guys on my screen, right? Yes. Something like this. Why are you doing that? Something like this here has what's called a soft switch. So that switch has no on or off position. There's no such thing as on. There's no such thing as off. It's just a soft digital momentary switch. And when you touch it, the electronics then decide whether to turn on or off. Well, what I want to do, that's a problem. So this thing here has a physical on-off switch. Now, the advantage of a physical on-off switch is that, yeah, I can actually show you. I have an example right here. This has a physical on-off switch. If I flip this, let's see, make sure you can see it. On, off. Okay. Now, here's the cool thing about a physical on-off switch. I can unplug the device to turn it off, and I can plug the device in to turn it on. And then I can unplug the device to turn it off, and I can plug the device in to turn it on. I don't have to hit the button. Okay? Now, something with a soft switch, if you unplug it, it turns off. If you plug it back in, it does not turn on. You have to hit the switch. So why is that important? Because I'm going to replace this with a solar panel. Okay? So I'm going to hook a small battery, inverter, and solar panel up to that 500 watt heater once I have the solar panels to do it. Because I'll need about 800 watts of solar panels in order to produce enough electricity for it. So about 3 solar panels should do it. This way, because that has a physical on-off switch, when the sun comes up enough that it provides enough power to turn on the heater, it'll just turn on. I won't have to do anything. It'll just work. And when the sun goes down and it runs out of power, it'll just turn off. And to do that, you need one with a physical on-off switch so that the heater is always on and it will start producing heat when it gets power. So that was a nice cheap 500 watt heater. Plus it's 500 watts. 500 watts means that I don't need to buy so many solar panels. Yes, but free heat is free heat. So I'll still have to pay to run heaters at night, but at least I can offset that a little bit by paying a little less to run the heat during the day. So, to run that thing all night would require a very expensive battery. That little 500 watt heater, what would that take? Assuming it draws actually 500 watts, so you need 6 kilowatt hours to run that heater overnight. So if I increase the solar panels to 4, which will allow it to start earlier and allow it to run a little longer into sunset, I'd probably only need about 10 hours. That's $900 for a battery large enough just to run that one heater overnight. Yeah, I'd be better off spending $1,800 to have 2 batteries and then just run the mini split all night. Because the mini split will give me, 5 times the amount of heat for the same power. But again, I don't have the money to buy that kind of battery. So, yeah, people don't... Okay, heat is 100% efficient. You apply 10 watts to a heater, you get 10 watts of heat. It's not that heaters are inefficient. It's our houses are inefficient. You see, when you heat up a space, there are 2 values that you have to meet. And you have to meet one before you meet the other. Okay? So your house has a heat delta. You notice this in the original CR10s with the 12-volt heaters where they were kind of underpowered. They couldn't quite get hot enough. Part of the reason they had trouble heating up was because it was a 300 by 300 millimeter underpowered heat bed. 15C is not that cold. Oh yeah, it is 59 degrees. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty chilly. I keep our house 55 to 60 degrees, which is a little chilly, especially here where there's no humidity. Where 60 feels a lot colder here than it does where there's humidity. 60 degrees in Pennsylvania was comfortable. 60 degrees here is downright bone chilling because there's no thermal blanket of humidity to keep you warm. Humidity reduces the rate at which you lose heat. So 60 degrees in PA is going to feel a lot better than 60 degrees in New Mexico. In the summertime, it reverses. So in the summertime, you don't want the heat. Oh, Calgary, yep. If you have no humidity, then you're going to have that same issue. So the 500 watts means I don't have to buy quite so many solar panels to make it work. I found a pretty good deal. I don't have the money, so I can't get it. But $500 for 7 250 watt solar panels and a 2,000 watt inverter. I was hoping I could offer him $400 for just the solar panels because I don't need the inverter he has. It's junk. It's a modified sine wave inverter, and I have plenty of pure sine wave inverters, so I don't need his inverter. But I don't have $400, so but that would be even assuming you only got 200 watts out of each panel. That's 1,400 watts. That's enough to run a larger heater. So I could actually run a heater large enough to actually make a difference in here. So for example, that might be enough to run that mini split. That 110 volt mini split. That might be enough to run that if I have a battery with it to handle the surges. So like when it was surging, it probably wouldn't be enough. But when it was just idling, it probably would be enough. So as long as I had enough solar, that would probably be enough to allow me to run that mini split, which would be nice. But I don't have $400, so there's a guy locally who has 250 watt panels for $75 a piece, which is really annoying because if I can get the $400 divided by 7, That's $57 a panel, which is really cheap. Although it's probably not that cheap. One of the panels might be damaged. He says it has a crack, from the storm. So he says it still puts out full power, but unknown. But let's assume I only get 6 panels, 5 by 6. That's $67 a panel, but I have to drive up to Taos to pick it up. And that's assuming he'd even accept the $400. So that's really not that much better than the $75. So I need to get 3 panels to get 700 watts, which should barely be enough to run this 500 watt heater. In reality, you want 4 panels. You want to have double the solar, because you're never going to get the full power out of the solar panels. Not unless you have a geo tracker and a geo mount to track the sun. If you're not sun tracking, you're not going to get full power out of the solar panels except when the sun's directly overhead. So you want to go 2 to 1. You need 500 watts. Okay, then you get 1,000 watts of solar panels. But if I can just supplement the heat a little bit, that'll help. So, every watt I get from the solar panels is 1 less watt that thing has to produce. And that thing costs me money to run, so yeah, why not? So for $18, I grab one. And because it's small enough that I should be able to run it off a decent amount of solar panels, while also large enough to actually make a difference. Not much of a difference, but a little bit of a difference. So what is the ROI on that? I already have the charge controller. I already have the inverter. So I don't need any of that. And I can use a modified cheap sine wave inverter with this, because it's just a heating element. So 75 times 3, that's $225. I can get gigabit internet here from Comcast, but I had to discontinue that because I can't afford it anymore. It's $110 a month. So I downgraded to 400 megabits, it's fast enough, for what we need. The only reason I wanted the gigabit was actually not for the download speed, but for the increased upload speed. The gigabit is the only plan that has the faster upload. So let's say I generate 500 watts of heat, 0.5 times 10 hours per day. That's 5 kilowatt hours per day. Let's call winter 100 days times 100. That's 500 kilowatt hours times 0.11, which is my cost of electricity. So that would save me $56 in electricity for heating, which means the ROI would be 4 years. That's not bad. I'll be $1 short. So a 4-year ROI is not freaking bad. So spend $225 in solar panels, and it will pay for itself in 4 years. And then as I get more solar panels, I can add more heaters. So if I add one at each end of the house, and then one in the middle of the house, that'll be 1,500 watts of heat, which will actually make a tangible difference. How many BTUs is a 500 watt heater? Does it even tell you? Hmm. 1 watt is 3.4, so it's a 3.41 ratio. So 500 times 3.41. So that's 1,700 BTUs, which is not that much. But multiply that by 3, now you got 5,000 BTUs. Now you're producing as much power as a very, very small propane heater, a 5,500 BTU propane heater. In fact, if I put all 3 of those heaters in the center of the house here, the that would actually be enough to make up for the insufficiency of this heater. But then again, if I had that many solar panels, I could just run the mini split. So I mean, that would definitely be worth it, but the ROI would be shorter. But now, what would I get out of the mini split if I ran the mini split? If I bought, let's say I want 1800 watts. Better would be to have 2000 watts. So I need 8 solar panels. 8 times 75. That's $600 in solar panels. Okay. That heater is 12,000 BTUs. And it consumes about a kilowatt. It averages about a kilowatt. Actually, I can check. No, I can't. It's on the other phone. I actually have data logs for that. I can see how much power it actually takes. But I think it's about a kilowatt hour averaged over time. And that would get me 12,000 BTUs, which would actually be enough to make up for the deficiency of this one here. So that's going to do the work of 1800 kilowatts. So 1.8 times, probably would only get 9 hours a day, times 100. That's 1620 kilowatt hour equivalent. Times 0.112. That's $181. So the ROI of solar panels to power the mini split would be much faster, be 3 years. 181, 600 divided by 181.44, was it? Let's just call it 182. So 3.3 years. That's even better. That's a nice ROI. So I just got to slowly work on, getting enough solar panels to equal 2 kilowatts. And then I could run that mini split right there. And that would make my air conditioning in the summer free. Because I could run that on solar power during the day, so this thing would basically stop running since it wouldn't need to. All I'd have to do is set that for a higher temperature than that. So if that manages to cool down the room, that would simply stop running. And so that would only kick on when that one stopped working. So when the sun goes down and that one turns off, that one will turn on. And then to run 24/7, that's a lot of power. I would need 12 solar panels because I would need to generate excess power during the day to recharge the batteries. And I would have to generate 7.5 kilowatt hours during the day. 7.5 divided by 9. So I would need 830 watts of excess power. So I would probably need more like 14 panels. That would be enough electricity to run the mini split and recharge the battery. But those batteries would be $2,700. $2,700 in batteries to run that thing. And what I could do is use 2 batteries, deal with it not running all night in the wintertime, but having more than enough power to run all night in the summer. Because now I wouldn't just be saving electricity in the summer and winter, I'd be saving it in the summer as well. So the ROI would happen a lot faster. I would save about $75 a month in electricity. Not quite, about $50 a month in electricity. No, about 75, yeah, close to $75 or 70. About $70 a month in the no, about 100, because we're not doing 9 hours anymore. Now we're doing it 24/7. About $100 a month in the wintertime, which would be about $350. And then it would also save me about 30 bucks, 35 bucks a month in the summertime, which would be another, what, 250 bucks. So $500 a year. Let's call it 500 a year. It would save me. So 1800 plus 1200 for solar panels and etc. 3000 divided by 500. ROI 6 years. That's not bad. I mean, the problem is coming up with the upfront scratch. You know, if you don't have the scratch up front, it doesn't matter what the ROI is. um, you know, you're great. You'll save it in 6 years, but you still have to have that money up front. But yeah, 6 year ROI is not freaking bad. And those batteries and those solar panels will last 30 years, longer than I'll live. So they'll last the rest of my life. Huh. Something to work toward. And that's why I use lithium iron phosphate in this, because it lasts forever. This battery will last as long as I will live. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, I'll get the 2 more LEDs tomorrow. Put them in there to finish that off. But let's correct the model. Let me put you guys back on monitor. Let's tinker this. Okay, so I want to put a platform in here. And then I want to take a sphere, put a sphere in here. And then let's do this. Make you wider. Make you wider. Bring you up. Increase the number of sides. That looks about right to me. Let's make this, nope. Make this also I can see it. I definitely don't need to make it that big. You just gonna keep starving the kitties? Why can't I, did it crash again? No. This Tinkercad's throwing a fit. Why can't I zoom out? Hell. Okay. Grab you. Thank you. Okay, so I can stretch this out much taller and bring it in like this. Okay. Let's do this. Let's chop off the bottom. Let's bring it down to the 0 mark. There we go. That looks pretty good. That is not what I wanted. That is so not what I wanted. What the hell is that? I want that there. There we go. Now we bring this down to 0. Now we make this transparent again so we can see what we're doing. Select that. Okay. Let's go to 1/4. That looks pretty good. There. Make this solid. Make this hollow. Join them. There we go. Now we can reach that bolt, and this should still stop. Actually, I don't like that. Come on. Come on. Oh, come on. It's 2 simple polygons. It's not hard. Every now and then it does this. It just gives me a hard time. Redo it. There we go. Make this hollow again. Yes, we are at the right height. What did I want to change? I want to shrink this in a little bit. There we go. I want more of a shelf for the battery to sit on. Okay, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, that's so not what I wanted to do. Okay, that. Much better. Now I have more of a shelf here for the battery to sit on. And we have enough room in there to go in there with an extension and a socket and tighten up the magnet. Okay, now I think what I need to do is just to make this area a little bigger here. I need a bigger... Why won't you rotate? Why does it stop? I don't get why they have lock points in the rotation. Like, why would you have a detent point where it locks in place? So that's as deep as we can go because of the thin wall. I mean, how do I want to do this? Just put a slot in. There we go. Okay, put that there. Come on. Work with me here. Work with me. Instead of making me angry. I get away with that much? I think I can. So I'll make this a little deeper. Make this a little wider. There we go. Now I can make this wider. Okay. So it's negative 2.25. Okay. So Control D, bring you out, flip you this way, create a new plane here, drag you down, negative 2.25. Let's see if that looks the same on this side. No, it does not. It is different. Interesting. Okay. That should do it, though. And that'll be beveled, so we won't need support. There. Now we have a bigger chunk here to hide those wires so they won't get in the way of the battery sliding into place. How the hell did you do that? You shouldn't have done that. Yeah. Oh, no, that's just a channel. Yeah, that's just a channel to run into here. Okay. Okay. That looks good. So we've corrected the bolt hole. Oh, we need to make the we need to make this hole a little bigger. That looks acceptable to me. So we're making the hole a little bit bigger. I should probably make it just a hair bigger. Yeah, I like that. Okay, bolt hole is bigger. So now we can get a wrench in there. The washers will fit in there. And it'll slide in without breaking the plastic. Okay, now we need to make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so I guess the first thing we need to do is to drop a work plane here. Drop a cut box here. So let's make this just a hair bigger. Just a hair bigger. That works. Come on. Go. Control D. Then we want to make this a hair bigger. We're going to go all the way this way. All the way this way. Put the work plane back down here, which will make manipulating this easier. There. Now the slots will be easier. Okay. That takes care of that. Hi, kitty. How you doing? So that takes care of that. Now, we need to correct the channels inside here. So, see this channel right here? What I need to do is I need to bevel this a little bit. We have all this space, so we got plenty of space. What's the easiest way to do that? Probably a cylinder. I believe those are 10mm channels. So we can make this a 9mm. Increase the number of sides, increase the height. Actually, I bet you 7 and 7 would be enough. Excuse me. Okay. So bring this in here. We need to tilt this like this. Whatever. That does not interfere with that. Okay. Now, is there no way for me to grab that? Had to make me do that, didn't you? Okay. What I really want is for that to be inside this chamber. And I can't do it. Got it. I want to extend this until it's inside of this chamber. And then what I can do, yeah, that one's fine. Let's go smaller. That's more centered. Okay. Put the work plane back where it belongs. I can lift this up. I am satisfied with the amount of material there. I am satisfied with the amount of material there. Now what I need to do is I need to cut its head off right here. Like this. And now if I hide this, I can then join this. Control D. Flip. And then bring this one over here. Bring it back. That looks pretty good. That looks good there. That looks good there. Yeah, I like that. I can live with that. Okay, so make this solid again. Make you hollow. Make you hollow. Let's bring you a little bit more this way. And that should be it. Now we have a cleaner transition into the circuit board bay. See, I got a clear path right through there now. Good. Okay. That I can live with. Okay. We already know this is the correct size. We have the larger depressions for the wiring. We have the larger channel for the slides. We have the thicker channel for the buttons. I think we're good. We have the open access space for the being able to tighten the bolt for the magnet, because I really like the magnet. So we could do later, we could put an RGB strip along the side here. Just something that cycles through colors for a fun effect, for the hell of it. Okay. I like it. I think that's all I need to do with that. So, body. Export. STL. Okay. So let's get rid of this body. Put this body here. Uh-oh. Okay, there's the body. Now, we did want to make a small change to this. And this. You okay, Michelle? Okay. Okay. Well, if you bother me, I just bite you, so it's no big deal. It's okay. You're going to get it no matter what. Why? Because it doesn't matter whether you heard me, you're still going to get it. Because I'm a mean one. Damn right. Okay, those are lined up again. And let's put a couple more of these screw holes here. So, 3mm. 3 by 3. Actually, we need to make them the same depth. I should be able to squeak in there. Yeah. Let me go to 0. Okay. We have the right depth now. Put 1 here. Come on. Just show me the goddamn thing. Jesus. Control D. It's always got to be difficult. Join. This piece is centered on this piece. These are centered on this piece. So all I have to do is center them all. Like I'm doing that right now with the width. I join these two together. And now I'm going to highlight all these. Align, center. Bink. Now they're all centered with each other. So you can see if I go here, see how it's gray? It says they're centered. Centered. Okay, so now I have to unjoin these. I'll explain why in a moment. Actually, I can leave them joined. Duplicate them. Join them with this. Combine. Then join this and this. Combine. These are screw holes. These are to put screws in. So now I have the holes in all of them, and they're all lined up. So that is the I just glued this one in, but that's that right there. Okay. Now I gotta do another little modification. That one is good. Yes, we got our connection lines. We have our connection lines here. So bring this down to 0. I usually do about 1/4 to 1/2 millimeter tolerance on each axis. So 0.2 on each side for a total. This piece here, I made it a little bit looser, about 1 millimeter tolerance, just because it doesn't need to be that tight. On the screw holes, I just do them exactly the correct size, and it's usually a little bit too small, and that's enough for the threads to bite into the part. These holes are too small, by the way. Those are supposed to be 3 millimeter. So we're going to break you apart. We're going to break you apart again. There's what I need. Okay. So I'm going to take these two, join them. I'm going to make this thicker. We're going to double it to 4 millimeters. Then rejoin. Now, these little things here are relief cuts. I will show you what those are in just a moment. Join. Even if you do, as long as you're careful, it's okay. You're not going to hurt nothing. As long as you don't cross thread, you can actually feel it cross threading when you put the screw back in. As long as you don't cross thread, the screw will go right back in. Okay, so retention. Export, STL. Let's get rid of both of these. And it crashed again. Why the hell does it keep crashing when I drag and drop a file to the freaking desktop? It's like, why? Oh, I think I know why. And this is the head. Is there any other changes I want to make to this? We got the new holes. We know this all fits good. We already tested it. I think that's good. Export STL. I think I have to wait for it to load the it's trying to load an icon, I think. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. Okay, now we have the 3 new files. Let's bring up Simplify. We already have this prepared, so we are going to just do that first. $12, 13 hours. It's fine. I'm totally okay with that. That is looking good. I keep forgetting the commands to do things in Simplify are different than Tinkercad. I probably made this opening too big, but that's okay. I'd rather have a little bit too big than a little bit too small. I also made this a little bit deeper, so the switches won't be a friction fit anymore, but it'll be a lot easier to put it together. I'll take easy to put together. Okay. Now, something interesting that I do here is one of the problems that people run into with, printing first layers is when you have islands. So you print the outside, then you print this circle, this square, and this circle. Well, these aren't attached to this, so sometimes they unstick because your first layer settings aren't quite right. Well, if you look on mine, I keep forgetting. This is all one outside perimeter. See how I got this little cut in here connecting the inside and the outside? So it draws the perimeter at the same time as it draws all this. One continuous extrusion, but just for the first 3 layers. Just for 0.72 millimeters. Just enough to make sure that that first layer goes down nice and smooth. And then once it gets up a little higher, it goes to normal and it doesn't do that anymore. See? There is our single there's our single layer bridge to cover up this opening so that we do not have to install support. So bridge all the way straight across, then build a circle on top of it. And now all you got to do is take your deburring tool and go zip and take out that one single layer. And now you don't have to add support there. And then we begin printing this layer. I think I'm going to increase the amount of support on this first section. Infill. Let's go to 10% rec. That's only going to 10 millimeters. Let's see what that looks like. I'd rather this print nicer. I don't care if it's a little heavier. Yeah, it only added 5 minutes. Yeah, see, that looks much nicer. And so we're going to increase the amount of support there too. We need to increase the amount of support up to layer 65. Okay. So calculator 65 divided by or times 0.24. 15.6 millimeters. So, Control CV. We're going to stop this at 15.6. Start this at 15.6. And we're going to double the infill here. There we go. There's our solid layer, which we want. Then we're going to keep high density infill here so that when we get to this, that will print a lot smoother. And then we'll go to low density infill past that because we don't need 10% for the whole thing. This thing is strong as hell. Much, much better. Now, as you can see here, we have the... See how this gradually widens right here? This section here. It gradually widens there, smoothly into this section here. So that when I shove a wire through there, it'll actually make it into that channel without me having to fight it. Yeah, I am totally okay with that. This is a little rough. This part here, because it's a dead overhang right there. So that print's a little rough until it builds out. You too, Vaughn. I'm getting ready to get out of here. I just want to make sure these slice right because I want to upload this for you guys to print. But that does print okay, especially now that I've increased the tolerances here. Hi. I am totally okay with this. Perfect. Save. Flashlight body G-code. No problem, Vaughn. You have a great night. We're also going to save the factory file. Okay. Now I should be able to remove this. Add the flashlight head, which we should be able to print with 10% rectilinear. Let's go 15. Let's go 20%. And grid. It's just stronger. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Oh, I don't need that. Addition. We don't need this. Yeah. So you can see I got the same little cheat right here. So that it prints all of this as one big giant perimeter. That'll greatly increase the likelihood of this succeeding for people who have trouble. Okay. That looks good. Let's do the head. And then we want to save the factory file as well. Flashlight head. Take that away. Retention. Except this time we're going to get rid of the top and bottom layers. Perfect. So now you see these islands can be tough to print, but because, oh, I didn't link these. I can fix that real fast. We should be able to make a quickie correction to that. So blow it apart. We're going to take this thing here, blow it apart. And we're going to control D this. It's going to give me a real hard time, isn't it? Are you really not going to let me grab the damn thing? Jeez. Like, let me get it. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Okay. Control D. Okay. Good. I should be able to take this. This. Nope, that's not what I wanted. What else are you grabbing? What the hell are you trying to grab? Why are you trying to grab this? Why? You know something? I'm gonna hide you. I'm gonna hide you. Now what the fuck are you gonna grab? Do as you're freaking told. Ganky computer. Now we shift like this. Align. Freeze that in place. Center that. Highlight all this. Join it. There we go. That's what I want. Do as you're told. Okay. Yeah, you can talk. You're fine. Okay, export. Remove. Delete you. Give it a couple seconds to do its thing. There we go. What is this? What is this? Okay. Now, there you are, you little scumbag. You're not supposed to be there. Let's hide this. Select all this. Join it. Export it. Give it a few seconds to do its thing. And we should be good to go. Yay! There it is. So now these are all connected, but just for the first 3 layers, which will make noobs have a lot easier time printing this. As long as you make sure your skirt lays down okay, this will print just fine. Okay. Very nice. I like it. Retent. Hang on a second. Save factory file as. There. I now have all the files ready to go, ready to be printed. The one deal I did get was I was able to get canned smoked herring fillets. They're canned, kind of like sardines, but smoked herring. Good stuff. For $3.90 a pound. I got a 12-pack of 7-ounce cans for $20.66. I was like, hell yeah. So now I have 24 cans of smoked herring fillets, and I got them for $3.90 a pound. And they are shelf stable, so I don't have to refrigerate them. So that's good. I think I have enough canned meat. So I theoretically, I should be able to stop buying meat for a whole year. So if the price of meats gets out of control, I can cut back on the meats and draw from my supply. That's the whole point. I'm not prepping for an end of the world type thing or anything like that. That's crazy. Nobody preps for the end of the world. They're nuts. If the end of the world as we know it event or a total economic collapse occurs, 95% of us are dead. It's that simple. There won't be many people left. And that's never going to happen. There's too many people. But what I am prepping for is for economic decline and hyper price gouging. So I got lucky. I stocked up on a lot of my supplies when I saw the price gouging coming. I realized, okay, food is going to be next. They're going to start price gouging on food. And sure enough, I nailed it. Like, I bought my last case of canned chicken, like, the day before Walmart doubled the price. 200% price increase. I got my last case a day before Walmart doubled the price. Doubled! It went from $16 for a case of 12 to $36 for a case of 12. I was like, fuck you. I bought all my chicken. Now you can suck it. I'm buying up tons of mac and cheese as well because they limit you to 12 boxes and they're 43 cents a box. So every time I place an order, I just add 12. It's like $5. So now we have like 50 boxes of that. That's good for once a week. You make mac and cheese, put some hot dogs in it, put some chicken in it, add some sour cream to it, add some bacon bits to it. You can make some really cheap, but still decent tasting meals. I've stopped buying cucumbers from Walmart because they raised the price to 62 cents. So from 54 cents to 62 cents, that's a 20% price increase. I'm like, no thanks. I don't acknowledge your right to raise the price of a cucumber 20%. So I'll just not buy your cucumbers anymore. Sure, it's going to be 62 cents a pop at Smith's, but Smith's was always 62 cents a pop. They didn't raise their price. Leaf is doing okay. The battery is behaving better. I drained it all the way down, and then I left it on the charger for like 4 days. And that seemed to balance the cells better. Also, the GOM finally took off a battery bar. So it's now more accurately predicting what it is. Now, here's something interesting people don't realize. Food is not actually more expensive today than it was in the past. Okay, this is something that's very hard for people to understand, in that inflation hides buying power. So we think we're being paid more, well, because what was minimum wage in 1968? Well, it was $1.60. And what's minimum wage today? It's $7.25. But that's not actually true. That's like saying, minimum wage is $7.25 or 8 Deutschmark. Or 800 yen. Is one more than the other? I don't know. You have to convert the currency. Okay? And because 1968 was a US dollar and today is a US dollar, we think they're the same currency. And they're not. They're different currencies. So inflation is going up substantially faster than wages are going up. In fact, the disparity between inflation and wages is so great that wages are actually negative. We're actually being paid less today than we were 50 years ago. But people don't realize it because the numerical number is bigger. It's like the difference between $8 and 640 yen. They're exactly the same amount. There's no difference between $8 and 640 yen. I think it's like 80 yen to a dollar, if I remember correctly. Maybe it's 6,400 yen. Maybe it's 800 to a dollar. I don't know. But point is, if assume I'm doing the conversion correctly, there's no difference between 800 yen and $8. But we think 800 yen is more because it says 800 versus 8. And that's because we don't teach economics and civics to students anymore. And we do that on purpose. We intentionally don't teach that because we don't want people to realize they're being enslaved, literally. I mean, slavery is defined, from an economic business perspective, slavery is defined as taking labor without paying for it. You're stealing labor. $1.60 in 1968 is equal to $14 today. Because buying power is what matters. That's how you account for inflation and CPI. Buying power. So a person in 1968 working at McDonald's, if they were making minimum wage, most people didn't. Most people made more than minimum wage, unlike today. If they made minimum wage, they were being paid $14 an hour to work at McDonald's. Today, they average $9 an hour. $14 to $9. We've actually reduced minimum wage. The federal minimum wage today is $1.02. If you convert it back to 1968 dollars. So in 1968, you got paid $1.60 an hour. Today, you get paid $1.02 an hour because $1.02 is equal to $7.25. And people have a really hard time wrapping their minds around that. So let me show you. I actually have a picture. Oh, I moved everything. Did I? I hope I didn't delete that. It's probably in here. Nope. That's my kitty cat. Those are videos. I actually did a full conversion of all the numbers because it's quite dramatic. People don't realize the difference because we don't teach it. You know, people just don't know. But food is the one thing that has not gotten more expensive. In fact, food has gotten cheaper, substantially cheaper. Kitty, kitty, kitty cats. You can never have too many kitty cats. Anybody who thinks you can, they're just weirdos. Ignore them. Absolutely ignore them. They're weirdos. You can never have too many kitty cats. Is that something I posted to Facebook? I think I did. I may have posted that. You really have to show the numbers for people to understand this because explaining it is hard unless you show numbers. It's not something we're used to wrapping our minds around. Hell no. Where is it? Okay, well, I know I made a video of it. I didn't realize I covered up half the numbers. Crap. What did I do with the picture? Do I still have folders on here? Those are the audiobooks I want to download. Nope, not there. It's got to be here somewhere. There. What did I do with it? Photoshop should still have a name in the history, so I know what to look for. That's not it. Oh, that's the original one. Where is this? Well, we're going to have to recall it from memory for some of it. Let's see. Just do it. Stop bugging me. So, let me show you here. Monitor. And put this down here. Okay, so here is the screen capture. Some of this is covered up, but you can run these numbers again if you want. This is 1959 cost of living. It just happens to be a page out of a book someone posted. 68's a better year to use, but this will still work. So, a new house was $12,400. Well, that's meaningless. You have to convert that into today's currency. So think of this as the Chinese yen or Japanese yen. We have to convert this into American dollars, today's American dollars. So if you convert $12,459, it's $126,480. A house today is about $160,000. Now, sure, if you want to live near Houston or New York or Philadelphia or something like that, you're going to pay $200,000, $300,000, $400,000. But only stupid people want to live there. Or people who make enough money that they can afford to live there. For everybody else, well, I guess that's not really true, because if you're in the tech industry, you have to live near those places, but you're a renter, and that's going to screw you. But anyway, if you don't live near one of those major cities, a house is going to cost you between $147,000 and $160,000 today. That's actual prices you can get now. It's just, you're going to be in the middle of New Mexico or the middle of Tennessee or the middle of Idaho or the middle of Montana. You're not going to be living outside of the Golden Gate Bridge. You're not going to be living outside of New York City. Okay? So $160,000. Now, that is actually not that much of a difference. Most of that difference can be accounted for by simply the houses being 50% larger. Your typical house back then was a 1,200 square foot house. Your typical house today is over 2,000 square feet, 2,400 square feet. So when you account for that difference and the improvements in technology and quality and whatnot, that's about right. All right. Then you have new car, $2,250. That's equal to $22,950 today. You could basically 10x all these numbers. So what does a new car actually cost today? About $20,000. There's about 10 different cars you can get brand new off the showroom floor for $20,000. There's even a couple you can get, like a Hyundai Elantra, as low as $15,500 for a brand new car. So cars have actually gotten cheaper. Okay, average rent $97. That converts to $990, which means the rent right now is actually not that outrageous. It's averaging $1,100. It's outrageous because we've been underpaying for rent relative to what it was in the past. But in reality, it's not. It's only 20% off of what it historically should be. Your tuition to Harvard, this is not really applicable. Harvard in the past used to be more of a community college kind of place. It was very prestigious, but it was run at cost. It was a nonprofit, I think, if I remember right. So that would translate to $12,000 today, while today your typical college is $55,000. However, if you compare that to a community college, it's a little more comparable. Okay? Movie ticket, $1. That converts to $10.20. Your average movie ticket today is $10. So movie tickets have not gotten more expensive. Gasoline was 25 cents. That's $2.55 a gallon. Today, it's $3.25 a gallon. So not outrageously more money. In fact, if you take away the Ukraine war, it's about the same price. Gas is about the same as it was 60 years ago. First class postage, that's gone up a little bit. 4 cents should be 41 cents. It's going up to 60. This is mostly due to them trying to put the post office out of business by forcing the post office to pre-fund the next 75 years of expenses inside of the next 10 years. No other government entity or private company on the planet is required to do that. The post office is being forced to pre-fund healthcare, benefits, and retirement for employees who haven't even been born yet. They're trying to bankrupt the post office. So that's a separate thing. Here's where it gets real interesting. And here's where people get real mad at me because they weren't expecting this. Food. There's only two foods that are about the same price as they were 60 years ago, and that's eggs and bread. Eggs were 29 cents a dozen. That is equal to $2.96 today. I can go to Walmart and buy a dozen eggs for $2.92. So eggs are actually cheaper by just a couple cents. We can basically call it the same price. Fresh baked bread, 20 cents a loaf. $2.04 is the same price today. You can go to Walmart and buy a loaf of bread for 88 cents. And it's bigger than this loaf of bread was in 1959. And it'll last longer. Now, if you buy a slightly nicer loaf of bread today, they call them country loaves. That's more equivalent to the quality of this loaf. It's about $2, or about exactly the same price as it was 60 years ago. Now, here's where your minds are really going to boggle. Granulated sugar, 89 cents for 10 pounds. If you adjust 89 cents for inflation, that is $9. While in reality, you can buy 10 pounds of sugar today for $5.30. So sugar has gotten substantially cheaper. This is really going to tickle you. Milk, $1.01 per gallon. That translates to $10.30 a gallon, when in reality, the average price of milk is $3 a gallon. So milk is actually $7 per gallon cheaper today than it was 60 years ago. Ground coffee, $9.69 a pound. Actually, $3.64 a pound. Bacon, $6.43 a pound. You can buy it for $4.50 a pound. Fresh ground meat, $6 a pound. You can buy it for $4 a pound. Food is actually substantially cheaper today. Now, this seems to fly in the face of the reality. Food prices are skyrocketing. Well, that just means food was even cheaper 6 months ago than it was 60 years ago. And that's because we are artificially suppressing the price of food. The government is using subsidies and taxes to artificially hold the price of food down. And the reason they do that is very simple. People do not revolt with a tyrannical government. That just doesn't happen. Until the people are hungry, then they revolt. Because then and only then, you have a choice. Revolt or die. Revolt or starve. Okay? So they are artificially suppressing the price of food to keep us compliant. Well, the businesses have said, you want more wages? Well, fuck you. Now we're going to raise the price of all your food. Even though it's still cheaper than it was 60 years ago. Basically, this is a corporate temper tantrum in order to punish us for daring to suggest we should be paid more. Because, I mean, you can't argue with these numbers. The only three things that are substantially more expensive now than they were 60 years ago is housing, education, and healthcare. Everything else is about the same or, in fact, substantially cheaper than it was 60 years ago. So why does it hurt so much? Why is it so painful? I mean, there's no question the rent is killing people. There's no question food prices are killing people. Why does it hurt so much? If we're actually paying less, if all these prices are true, and they are, you can't argue with these prices. These are facts. You can't argue with facts. Why does it hurt so much? Well, that's because of this one right here. Average income. Average income in 1959, actually, it wasn't $5,016, it was $5,200. That translates to $52,000, $52,300 and some odd dollars, because this is actually wrong. Do you know what the median per capita income is today? $35,000. Now you know why the rent hurts so much. Now you know why the food prices hurt so much, even though the food is about half what it cost in 1960, because you're being paid so much less than you were in the past. A better year of comparison is 1968. Your average income, your typical median per capita income for an adult white male in 1968 was $66,000. Actually, it's $65,555. I'm just calling it $66,000. You're gonna go and hit Google and look up median income for 1968, and you're gonna see $7,700. But remember, that's Japanese yen. You got to convert that to US 2022 dollars. When you convert $7,700 in 1968 to 2022 dollars, it's $66,000. While actual median per capita income today is $35,000. And that, folks, is why those prices hurt so much. You're being paid 40+% less. If pay had gone up with inflation, nobody would have a problem with any of these prices, except for housing, healthcare, and education. That's Mind of Nerisse. So that is this video right here. That's my politics and ranting channel. Lightspeed, you're not understanding. They did not have two-income households in 1968. That's why they lie to you, and instead of telling you what median per capita income is, they tell you what median household income is, or median family income. Yeah, exactly. Now you need 2 or 3 incomes to get by. Now people say, well, wait a minute. Median household income today is $61,000. That's more than 1959. Yeah, but this $52,000 income in 1959 was one person working one job, 40 hours a week, no more. That $61,000 today is 2.32 people working jobs full-time, 40 hours a week or more. It's gotten so bad, the gaslighting has gotten so bad that people argue with me when I tell them, well, you should get a roommate. And I'm like, you're not allowed to have a roommate. That's a cheat code. Having a roommate in order to survive has become so normalized that people balk at the idea that I reject it as a cheat code. Because when you get a roommate, the savings from having a roommate is supposed to benefit you, not permit your employer to pay you less. That would be like you driving around in the national average, $20,000 car with the national average 24.5 miles per gallon with the national average 13,664 miles per year. And your employer paying you $14 an hour, a slave wage, but $14 an hour. And then you go out and buy a Prius that gets 55 miles per gallon. and your employer says, okay, well, now I'm only going to pay you $12 per hour. What the fuck? Well, your car gets 50 miles per gallon, so you don't need as much money for gas. Would you accept that? Fuck no. You bought a more fuel efficient car to save you money, not to let your employer pay you less. Well, getting married is the same thing. It's a cheat code. Okay? Buying a house from your parent is the same thing. It's a cheat code. Getting a roommate is the same thing. It's a cheat code. You know, renting a room out of somebody's house instead of your own apartment is a cheat code. It's like buying the better fuel efficient car. It's supposed to be so you can save money, not so your employer can pay you less. But it's so normalized that people don't know how to be any other way. But the numbers don't lie. And people just reject it out of hand. They put their head between their legs, or they put their head in the sand, and they just can't accept it because they were never taught civics. They were never taught economics. They don't understand what inflation is. They don't understand what CPI is. They don't understand what buying power is. The vast majority of our population has no clue what those things actually mean. Or they would realize, what the fuck? The minimum wage McDonald's hamburger flippers being paid $14 an hour in 1968 and only paid $9 an hour today? That's fucked up. I love how people say, well, look at how much they pay in taxes in the Netherlands. She's paying 37% of her income in taxes. So are you. You're paying more, and you're getting less. That person's paying 37% of their income, and they're getting health care provided by their tax dollars. Public transportation provided by their tax dollars. You know, train networks supported by their tax dollars. Rescue services supported by their tax dollars. Do you know what it costs just for you to get an ambulance to the hospital? The average price, your out-of-pocket price, if you don't have insurance that'll cover it, just the ambulance, no medical care. If those EMTs do anything to you, it costs even more. Just the ride in the ambulance to the hospital, $3,500. You tell that to people in other countries, they look at you like you're a freaking, blue-eyed, blue-eared, purple people monster eater. I mean, they just look at you like, what? Okay? So you say, well, I don't pay that much in taxes. Yes, you do. Take how much you pay in Social Security tax. Take how much you pay in Medicare tax. Take how much you pay in federal income tax base. How much do you how much do you pay in state income tax, county income tax, local income tax, city income tax in some places? How much do you pay in sales tax? How about gas tax? How about DMV and inspection taxes? That's what they are, they're taxes. Right? How about your liquor tax? How about your utility taxes on your utilities? Your phone bill taxes on your phone bill. When you add up all these taxes we pay, the average person on minimum wage is paying between 40 and 60% of everything they make in taxes. How much of your rent is taxes? I can tell you this. My father owned an apartment complex in Philadelphia, had 6 units. 60% of the rent we collected was taxes. 60% of the rent we collected was taxes. So our average tenant was paying $240 a month in property taxes. That's what is that? $3,000 a year? Yeah, they're paying almost like what, $2,700 a year in property taxes and school taxes. Oh, I don't pay property taxes, I rent. Sure you do. It's just built into your rent. I mean, when you add up all the taxes the average low-income American pays, it's substantially more than most modern European countries charge their citizens in taxes. By a healthy margin. And not only are you paying more, but you don't get any of those services. Take whatever you're paying in healthcare, add that to your tax bill. take whatever you pay in deductibles and out of pocket every year, add that to your tax column, because that's included over there. Do you know the oil companies, the gas stations, actually charge UK drivers less for gas than American companies do? Gas is cheaper. The retail price of gas is cheaper in the UK than the US. Now, half of you were going to go, you're fucking nuts. The other half of you were going to go look up the price of gas in the UK. You're going to go, oh, he's right. Oh, wait a minute. That's per liter. He's nuts. And then I'm going to tell you this next part. About half the price of gas in the UK is taxes. So if you take the US price for gas and subtract, now this was true back in January. I don't know about today, because the US and the UK and these countries are handling the taxes differently, so this might not work now. So you're going to have to look up prices back in January and February. But back in January and February, if you took the price of a gallon of gas in the UK, American gallon, not imperial gallon, because the imperial gallon's larger, you took an American gallon of gasoline, figure out what the price is, convert liters to gallons, and then, you got the price for gas. Subtract the government taxes, and that's the price the gas station's actually charging. So, like, say you got $4 a gallon and $2 in taxes, okay? So you're actually selling gas for $2 a gallon, not $4 a gallon. It's $2 a gallon. And then the government is tacking on $2 in taxes. So the gas station doesn't get to keep the $2 in taxes. The oil company doesn't get to keep the $2 in taxes. The government gets that, okay? It's like sales tax, okay? So when you subtract the taxes from a gallon of gas in the UK and you subtract the taxes from a gallon of gas in the United States, UK pays $1 less per gallon. The taxes in Europe are so high that the gas companies can't price gouge the customers because the gas would be too expensive. So UK gas without taxes is actually $1 per gallon cheaper than US gas. Isn't that nice? Oh my God. Why can't I run for office? 400 pounds. I can't walk half a mile, and I owned an adult porno bookstore. Trust me, that will disqualify me. If not legally, in the media. And if I actually got any traction, they would just shoot me. I mean, a crackhead will kill you for $20. You think these guys won't kill you for trillions of dollars? Plus, they have money. If you don't have money, you can't run. If you don't have money, you can't run. Simple as that. And we're talking, not only you need party money, even your own personal money won't work. I mean, just look at what happened to what's that guy, the Republican Libertarian guy, Ron Paul. Look what happened when he ran. It was a joke. I mean, the amount of election manipulation by the media, not by the government, not by the parties, but the amount of election manipulation by the media was just ungodly. In Arizona, it was either Arizona or Nevada. I don't remember which one it was. I have a video up on it. You can look it up. It was either Arizona or Nevada. It was one of the southwestern states. They have what's called exit polls. And so as the day goes on and more people vote and they get more data, they predict, who's going to win. And it's usually pretty accurate. When the election is close, it can flip either way. But the numbers in general, isolated to themselves, are usually pretty accurate. And so throughout the day, they're going to tell you, who's in first place, who's in second place, who's in third place, and who's runner-up. And the first thing I noticed was that the news polls were not listing third place. They were only listing first and second place. And I was like, that's odd. Who's third? Why aren't they telling us who's third? But then the guy who makes the ticker tape along the bottom with the text in it, during these news broadcasts, he didn't get the memo in time. You see, the people in the broadcast got the memo. Stop talking about third place. Only talk about first and second place. But the guy on the computer, making the ticker tape at the bottom, they didn't get to him fast enough. And so he put in first, second, and third. Guess who was third? Ron Paul. Now, I don't necessarily agree with Ron Paul. What I'm showing you is the amount of political manipulation that goes on. So, the reason this is important is because we don't vote in this country for president. We really don't. We do what's called tactical voting. We have this bad habit that was taught to us. It's a bad habit because it keeps us enslaved. It keeps us, voting for the incumbents. Is that we don't want to be losers. And if you vote for somebody who loses, you're a loser. So you want to vote for the winner. And so if I don't think the candidate I like has a chance to win, I won't vote for him. I'm going to pick the next best candidate who I think does have a chance to win. And the result of that is third parties have no chance. They cannot make an inroad. They just don't have a chance anymore. There's a really good book you should read. It's called The Tipping Point. And it talks about how how things go viral, how things become popular in media and culture and stuff like that, where you have to reach what's called a tipping point, where this number of people say we like it and tell this number of people that we like it, but as you tell more people, other people forget. And if you tell enough people fast enough in a short enough period of time, you hit a tipping point and it becomes self-fulfilling and it takes off on its own. That's how something goes viral. It's the same concept. It's what happens. Once you hit the tipping point, your video goes viral. If you can game the algorithm, sometimes you can make it do that, but it's very organic. It's very hard to game. Well, the media can manipulate the tipping point. You see, Ron Paul was in third place. And they forbid their reporters from mentioning that. It was very important that they did not mention Ron Paul was in third place. Because third place means he has a chance. And if I think my candidate has a chance, maybe I will vote for him. You see, you have people who are just going to vote Democrat, and you have people who are just going to vote Republican. And then you have people who are more independent. They're more willing, they're more flexible, but only if they think they can win. Those are swing votes. Those are people who are on the fence. If it looks like my independent candidate really doesn't have a chance, I'm going to default to my Republican, or I'm going to default to my Democrat, because I want to be a winner. If you vote for someone who loses, you're a loser. That's what we teach ourselves. Well, being in third place means you have a chance. Wait a minute. He's in third place, and it's a tight race. My vote could actually make the difference. So now I'm gonna lean toward the independent candidate. And then later in the day, by 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ron Paul had moved up to second place. So now you had the first place person and you had the second place person, Ron Paul. Guess what Fox News did? They stopped listing second place. They just pretended there was no second place. Every time the rankings came up, they would only list who the leader was, who was in first place. They were forbidden from putting the name Ron Paul on the screen. They were forbidden from speaking the name Ron Paul. I have inside information that I will never divulge. It was privileged information that the going scuttlebutt around Fox News was, if you mentioned the name Ron Paul on the air, you were fired. If you said the name Ron Paul in the air without permission, you were fired. And so they just stopped listing second place altogether and would only list first place. Why? Because the more they told people he actually had a chance, the more of those swing votes would actually go, wait a minute, he's in second place now, and more votes would go to him. God forbid if he won a state. Because then maybe the 15% of people who were swinging between Ron Paul and the other guy in the next state might go, wait a minute, He won a state, which means maybe I'm not a loser if I vote for him. Maybe I should cast my vote for him. They were preventing a tipping point. That's what they were doing. They were doing everything they could to prevent a tipping point from occurring. And him winning a state might have been a tipping point. I'm not saying he would have won, but it might have. It might have been a tipping point. And even if he didn't win, it would have been close enough to where people wouldn't have felt like they were throwing away their vote to vote for a third-party candidate. And conservative media had to do everything in their power to make sure that didn't happen, up to and including committing felonies and election manipulation, because that's what that was. That was election manipulation that the government refused to prosecute. You're not allowed to do that. It's illegal. It's obvious what you're doing. You're manipulating voters. And that's illegal. It's a felony. Nobody got prosecuted. Go watch the video. I have recordings from the TV. You don't take my word for it. You can watch it and you can see it. Right on TV. You'll see where they list first and second, but not third. But then the ticker tape lists third. And then later in the afternoon, they just stopped listing second altogether, and they would only list first place because they would not give him screen time. And then you watch some of the live debates. Now, if you watched the debate live, you saw something that was very different than if you watched it later on. So what would happen is there was this one point where they asked him a question. They thought what they were trying to do is they were trying to bait him. They were trying to bait him into giving them a soundbite, saying something loony, saying something crazy, saying something that they could run with and call him a lunatic and call him a wacko and get a good soundbite. Instead, he gave an incredible reply to the entire auditorium and actually got a standing ovation for that reply. Like, it totally backfired on them. Nobody knows that ever happened, because during the re-air later on and anytime afterwards, they cut that chunk out. They cut the whole chunk out like it never happened. So unless you watched it live, you would never know that happened. It's election manipulation. They've been doing it for decades. They're just being more obvious about it now. Now that, the government's in on it, they're just being more obvious about it. I don't know, it's sad. I just hope it all doesn't blow up before I pass. I don't want to live through that. I just don't. I don't want to live through that. That would be a nightmare. I wouldn't wish that upon anybody. Who's Tulsi? Search. Who is Tulsi Acimum Sanctum? A herb for all reasons? What? Tulsi Gabbard, American politician, United States Army Reserve officer. This Tulsi? She looks pretty. Old, but pretty. Yeah, I know nothing about her. I know absolutely nothing about her. Yeah, you get my 275. Yeah. I'm poor as shit, but I always give my $3 to Wikipedia every year. The least I can do. Yeah, I know absolutely nothing about her. I have no idea. Hawaii 2nd District, U.S. House. Was she running for president? Oh. Well, then she has no chance. She's done. She's not a candidate for president. The political system in this country is rigged such that if you don't vote Democrat or Republican, you have no chance. There we go. It's only $3. I can afford that. That's not for her. That's for Wikipedia. Yeah, she has no chance. If she's running as an independent, she's not even going to be on the. She's effectively not on the ballot. We haven't literally made it illegal to run as an independent, but we have effectively made it illegal to run as an independent. Meaning, if you run as an independent, you really have no chance. You just don't. A shockingly amazing person would have to come along to even have a chance. I mean, Ron Paul, we fucking bought a blimp. We bought a fucking blimp, and we still couldn't get no traction. We tried everything, but as long as mass media was controlled, you couldn't make any inroads. You just couldn't. Without that mass media exposure, you just don't have a chance. You just don't. It sucks. It's not supposed to be that way, but it is. And as long as it's that way, I don't know what anybody can do. Okay. Good. That's all put back together. Let's get these uploaded. Wait a minute. I should have a link for that. No, I don't. Oh, I need to put more pictures. Ew, that's all dirty. Yes, it is. Pictures are uploading. All right, let's look over to the files here. Let's minimize this. So here is our files. That's the body factory. That's the head G code. That's the head factory. That is the body G code. Retention G code. Okay. Then we have body, head, and retention. Let me get rid of those extra characters. Okay. So there's our files. Okay. Download. 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 Excuse me, stop getting in my way, or I will kick your ass. It's gonna get its ass kicked. Or do as it's told is what it better do. Okay, Control Y, Control S. Drop this. Y, S. Control Y, S. Control Y, S. Image. Resize. Let's make it 1200. Image. Where the hell is it? Let's go 1000 for this one. Thingiverse has gotten restrictive on the size of the images you can upload. I wish they would just automatically rescale the pictures instead of forcing me to go through and manually do this bullshit because they're too lazy to. Image, resize, make the vertical 1200. There we go. That is the 4 pictures. So now I should be able to upload all of this to Thingiverse. Get rid of that. Where the hell? I just had Thingiverse on here. Where'd it go? Of course, it makes you sign in again. Create, upload a thing. Grab all this. And drop it all in here. I want this to be over here. I want this to be over here. We're going to call it non category. I guess it's going to be tools. And tools. Okay. Publish. There we go. We now have everything on Thingiverse. So you guys can download the files and print them. This should be basically the final revision. The only change I might have to make is if I made a mistake on the size of this cavity for the USB charge module. So if I screwed that up, I might have to revise this part one more time. But I can't validate those dimensions until I get the part. And since I don't have the part yet, I can't validate that yet. But yeah, that's it. G code is included. That'll work on anything Ender 3 size, anything 200 by 200 or larger. You know, that it's for PLA. You can also print this with PETG if you want, or ASA or whatever. All you have to do is as soon as you start the print, pause it, or just slow the speed all the way down to like 10%, and that'll give you time to crank up the temperature and crank up the bed temperature to whatever it is you need for whatever material you're printing. And or just load the factory files and change it. Hell, you can even load the G-code in a text file and change it if you want. But there's multiple locations where that changes, so be careful. Each layer, it inputs new temperature changes. But yeah, so that is now posted. Good. Now I'm going to get some epoxy putty and just shove a little epoxy putty down inside there so that I can, not have to print a new body. Why waste it? It works fine. There's no point in wasting it. I think I still might do the insert thing on the side to diffuse the light more, to make it more diffused. I might even get rid of the little ridge in here altogether. I might get rid of this little ridge in the middle altogether if I put a diffuser panel in here, because that'll make the light even more even. It'll be more diffuse. Yeah, that worked great. I am happy with that. And you can, of course, run them all at the same time if you want. Why you'd want to, but you can. And yeah, I think I will work on putting, maybe make one more of these and put 5 switches in here. Especially since buying these lights, you're going to have a lot of extra switches. Because that will allow me to put one switch in for 2 different lights here, and a switch in for USB here. No, not solar powered. It's on lithium iron phosphate. It's not in here yet because I didn't get the part yet, but there's going to be a little circuit board in here that's going to have a USB-C port. Now, in theory, we could make it solar powered, but most people don't realize that small solar powered things don't work. I mean, technically there's a solar panel there. Technically it's charging, but it's not really doing anything. I mean, give me that. Actually, I don't know where it is, but I have another one of these. I have another one of these that instead of a light, it has a solar panel on it. And that's a big, giant solar panel. Okay? Well, okay, they work, but not the way you think. Okay? So, big, giant solar panel. You think that's great, right? Do you have any idea how long it'll take a solar panel this big to charge a 50,000 milliamp battery pack? About 3 months. You'd have to leave it out for like 3 months. I mean, will it charge? Yes. It's just not practical. Now, I wish they would have done this one with a solar panel. So, solar panel on this side, light on this side, because this actually has a usable light. Okay. I'm trying to remember how to turn the light on. Because that's actually a pretty decent amount of light. And that's the low setting. But that's not going to drain the battery very fast. The solar panel could easily replace the energy this consumes. But as far as replacing the energy your cell phone consumed, it would take about 3 days, 4 days, 5 days to replace the energy your cell phone consumed, if not more. It's just, you need a much bigger solar panel than that. That's why the one that I actually used out in the car, it has a solar panel this size, but it's got 3 of them, and it folds out. So you unfold it, and it's got 3 of those solar panels. That could actually charge in like 4 or 5 days. That's actually a usable charge rate. You're going hiking, that'll keep your little stuff charged up. The solar powered flashlights work. They have a solar panel. The solar panel does charge a battery, but it's almost no capacity. And it's not going to work for this. You see, what's going to happen here is you're going to plug a little solar panel into the auxiliary power input of this PCB, which you need to do in order to have the overcharge over discharge protection of that circuit board in place. You see a lot of solar gadgets, the ones that do work, they blow up after a couple of months. Like they puff up and destroy themselves. It's because they're hooking the solar panel directly to the battery. And it destroys the battery because it's overcharging the battery. So that means I have to go through the charge controller, the BMS, in order to prevent from destroying, the $8 battery that I have inside this thing. The problem is the amount of power the solar panel produces is less than the quiescent power that the little charging thing consumes, which means you'll actually discharge the battery, not charge it. Because the activation of this electronics takes more power than the solar panel is giving it. So you need a solar panel large enough to power the electronics and still have enough energy left over to put into the battery. So the easiest way, there's two ways to get around that. You either use a large enough solar panel to give you enough power to do that, or you use a custom ultra low power charge circuit for the solar panel. The problem is they don't like doing that because it costs money. That's also why, for example, you say, well, wait a minute, how does the solar lights work for your yard? Okay, how does that work? Well, they don't have lithium batteries inside them. They have NiCad batteries or nickel metal hydride batteries inside them. And that battery chemistry is far, far, far more tolerant to being overcharged and won't be damaged by being over discharged compared to a lithium battery. So you can abuse a nickel metal hydride battery in a way that you can't with a lithium battery. And so that allows you to get away with plugging a solar panel directly into the battery. Sometimes they don't even use a Zener diode to keep the solar panel from draining it. And that works very well. I've got lights going on 2 years that are still working. So the only practical way to do this would be to have a second port on the bottom with a JST plug on it. So you would have, you'd have one of these on the bottom of the box here. So I'd have another hole. So I would put, another hole right here, and this would be flush mounted on the bottom here, just flush mounted there, but inside. And then you would have an external solar panel. You'd get yourself a little 5-watt, 5-volt solar panel, and you would hook it up to this JST plug like this, and then you would plug it into the light, and now you would charge the light. That would work better. That's what you would do. So you would use something like this. So you would use something like this or this. Maybe something like this. This is the kind of stuff you would use. You would use something. Can you see my screen? No, you can't. Monitor. There you go. So you would use something like this, or something like this, or something like this. Something that's going to give you this is a 2.5 watt panel. You get 2 of them. Hook them in series if you want, or use them for 2 separate projects. I could make this bigger so that you could put one of these on here, but this is already pretty big. This is 130 by 150. But 2.5 watts should be enough. You'd be better going with double. So you'd want something like this, where you'd get, these are actually not 6-watt panels. These are actually 2.5, 3-watt panels. They're lying. So you're probably better off with something like this. The only thing I don't like about these is these are encapsulated. And encapsulated is durable, but they degrade over time. While this, if you treat this as a 2.5 watt panel, these are PC enclosed. I don't think they're encapsulated. And then what you would do is you would do this. You would stack them. You would hook them together. And then this would be enough power to allow you to use this to charge your phone, and then use that to keep this recharged. So, for example, let's assume we get a total of 5 watts out of this. That's more practical. Both of them. These are not 6-watt panels. They're lying. These are 2.5-watt panels, so you're going to get 5 watts total. So that means you're going to get 50 watt hours per day out of this panel. If we put 2 batteries in this, we have 3.7 times 2 times 5,200. We have 38,000. No, I'm sorry. 3.7 times 2 times 5. Because it's 5 amp hours, volts times amps. So you have 37 watt hours of capacity if you put 2 batteries in this thing, which means this could provide you with more power than the entire capacity of this unit per day if you live in a good sunny location. So in an off-grid application, this would work. These 2 panels here for $24 would be a good pairing. Let me make sure I add this to the list because this is actually a pretty good deal. As long as you understand you're only getting 5 watts, not 12 watts. Let's see. Put it under Project Goodies. Here we go, Project Goodies. This here would give you enough power to charge this up once per day, 1.5 times per day. You could charge this up like 1 1/3. You're going to get 13 extra watt hours per day in good light. So this would be a good pairing. Now, as you can see, these things are, 11 inches by 7 inches. That's quite a bit bigger than this thing is. So, to put enough solar panels on this, you can't. I mean, you might be able to trickle charge it, but your batteries are so big, you don't need to. Just plug your USB-C cord into it and be done with it. Or get something like this. Hook it up to a JST plug like this, and then you just plug it in. Or hell, you could just hook a USB-C cable up to it and just use the USB-C cable. That would work too. You daisy chain them together, and then you would take that USB port right there and just plug a USB-C cable into it. That's it. That should give you the necessary power to recharge this and keep your phone topped up, your light topped up, whatever other gadgets you have topped up. Little gadgets, not big gadgets. But yeah, that's what I would do. I wonder. Wonder if they have a solar panel that has a USB-C cable on it. Oh, it's a micro USB cable with a USB-C adapter. But this would work as well. So this is a 5-watt, 5-volt US or solar panel. And is it actually? It's 5 by 5 by 2 inches. So we are 5 inches long, but we're only 4 inches wide. I'd have to make this thing an inch wider in order to, like, I can get rid of one of these, make this whole thing an inch wider, then that panel would fit on here. I don't think anybody wants that. It'd be too big. It'd be nice if I can get a 4-watt panel. Oh, 50% coupon too. See here? 15% coupon. I post things like that. Let's put that under Project Goodies. That's actually pretty decent because it comes with everything you need. You wouldn't even need the JST plugs. Just plug it right into the USB-C port. Here's a 60-watt panel, 30-watt panel. As you can see, the price goes up fast. The size goes up fast. See, here's the kind of thing I have. Battery like this. where it has the panels that fold out. Those actually work. Those will actually charge. So do they make solar panel 5 volt 4 watt? Do they make a 4 watt panel? Because 4 watts would work. It's the right shape. How big is it? Are you just going to not list the dimensions? Why won't they list the dimensions? Because if I can get something that's 4 by 5 inches, then we can make a solar powered version of this. But none of these give me dimensions. All right, let me add it to my temporary list. Ask the question, see if he answers. Does anybody else answer that? No. Okay, post the question. We'll see if they answer. Well, here's another 4 watt panel. That's an awfully big difference in price. Jesus Christ. Maybe they listed dimensions. It looks like the same panel. It is the same panel. Still refusing to list the dimensions, huh? Well, how would they not list the dimensions? I don't understand that. What's the logic in not telling us how big the goddamn things are? I mean, that's such an obvious bit of information that's necessary. No dimensions. One of these idiots have got to list dimensions. No, see that seems too big. 9 by 7 inches? Unless that 5 watt panel's not 5 watts. Unless that's a 2.5 watt panel. And they're lying. And so it seems bigger than it is. How big is this? See, I think this is lying. I don't think that's a 6 watt panel. Yeah, it's 271 by 175. This might actually be a 6 watt panel. As you can see, it's really big. See, we'd probably have to be down around 3 watts or so. Yeah, see, 3.5, that's probably what it actually is. Well, there is a 2.5 watt. It's the wrong kind, but it is the right size. So it's still too big though. Yeah, that's 5 by 5 inches basically. Because this is 100 millimeters wide, we'd have to make it 30 millimeters wider. The height we're okay with. No, we're not. Actually, we'd have to make it taller too. It's 150, and that comes up to here. So even that panel wouldn't fit. So even a 2.5 watt panel wouldn't fit. Now you could do something like this, but now you don't got enough power. These are 110 by 60. We might be able to make this a little bit bigger. And you'd be able to fit 2 of these on there, but that's only going to give you 400 milliamps. Now, 400 milliamps might be enough. But you'd be cutting it close. So the question is, here's a low power. Well, that's got the USB output as well. Well, isn't that interesting? But I'm pretty sure that's not going to be a micro. It's going to be a micro USB port, not a Yeah, this doesn't work with lithium iron phosphate, and this is most likely micro USB, not not USB-C. I do not want micro USB. How big is this? 5 by 5 inches. So too big. We need this one here. 3 by 3 inches. Now you're getting half a watt. Not enough. Even if we made it longer and you put 2 of them on there, it's just not enough. I don't think 1 watt is enough. Yeah, solar is hard. Solar is hard without dedicated electronics. Without dedicated ultra low power charge controller, without that dedicated electronics, solar is pretty tough to do on something big like this. I mean, you either need the custom electronics to handle the ultra low power input, or you simply need a solar panel large enough to do the job. One or the other. You got to have one or the other. Alrighty. That's it. If you guys print one, please let me know. I'm going to make a regular video about this too. I'm going to go get those lights. Tomorrow I'll get those lights so I can put the other 2 of these lights in. And then once the charge controller comes in, I'll add that. And then this will be a fully finished self-contained unit. I might round off these corners instead of making them, chiseled like this. I might make it an oval. That might be a little easier on the hand with something this big. I'm trying to shrink it, and there's no easy way to shrink it without causing other problems. I mean, I can get rid of a little bit here, and I can get rid of a little bit here. I can make this not as deep. I could make this not as recessed, because this is more recessed than we really need it to be. So I could probably shrink that, 1/4 inch there, take a 1/4 inch off of here. I could probably take a 1/4 inch off of both of these sides, then make it an oval. But the thing is, I got a big hand. There's no problem me holding it. But even with those modifications, it's going to be pretty big for your average person. That's why it's more of a work light. So I also want to work on designing a simpler light. The first one I'll just make it using the dollar store LED, because you get the switch, you get the LED, you get the reflector. I've already got the dimensions already programmed for my tooling. And the advantage is this cell will run that light for freaking forever. I wouldn't be surprised if you get multiple days of continuous runtime, for one of these. And we could even make it dimmer. You know, change the resistor size, make the LED draw a little less power. Yeah, we'll go from there. All right. Thank you very much. I will see you guys later. Don't forget to use links down below. That is how I earn my income. You know, as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. Most of those links are what are called affiliate links, so I earn money when you click on them. I also have, of course, Patreon, PayPal, Coffee, all that stuff is there as well. Whatever you prefer, whatever you like, and you know, even $2 a month. You get $2 a month from 100 people. That's $200. You know, it adds up fast. So think of me as PBS of one person. And, I love this glue gun. God, I love this freaking glue gun. Especially with that big, massive freaking battery. This is the battery I use for my air compressor. But yeah, I found the other battery. I was like, where the hell's that other battery? It's right there. Of course, it's right there. So I will see you guys later. I'm gonna go make something to eat. I am freaking starving.